Beneath the dome of St. Peter's Basilica, hidden from public view, lies one of the world's most extraordinary repositories of human history. The Vatican Secret Archives contains approximately 85 kilometers of shelving enough to stretch from Vatican City to Rome and back again. Within these carefully controlled chambers rest documents spanning over 13 centuries, papal correspondence, diplomatic records, financial documents, and theological writings that have shaped not only the Catholic Church, but the course of Western civilization itself. Yet despite their historical significance, vast sections of these archives remain closed to the world. For centuries, the Church has maintained strict control over what materials are preserved, how they are organized, and who is permitted to access them. The question that has intrigued historians, scholars, and curious minds for generations is simple but profound. What lies behind these restrictions? And what secrets do the walls of Vatican City truly guard? Over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, we will explore the hidden history of the Vatican archives and what its restricted materials reveal about the Church's relationship with truth, authority, and institutional power. We'll examine what Vatican documents tell us about pivotal moments in Church history, from the Church's response to the Protestant Reformation to its complex relationships with authoritarian regimes. We'll investigate historical mysteries that the Church has carefully managed, including the legend of Pope Joan and the suppressed records of the Inquisition. We'll consider what Vatican theologians have written about extraterrestrial life and apocalyptic prophecy. And we'll ask fundamental questions about how religious institutions manage historical narrative and what institutional concerns drive the Church's careful control over its own archives. This exploration is built on decades of historical scholarship, on materials gradually released to researchers, and on the careful analysis of what the Church chooses to reveal and what it chooses to protect. Our journey unfolds in several interconnected parts. We'll begin by examining the archives themselves, their physical structure, their organization, and what the building itself reveals about the Church's philosophy of information control. We'll then move through specific historical moments and mysteries, the Reformation's hidden debates, the Inquisition's systematic violence, Galileo's silencing, and the Church's financial secrets. We'll explore how the Church has managed religious narratives through the suppression of the Pope Joan legend, through careful decisions about canonization, and through sophisticated theological positioning on questions ranging from demonic possession to extraterrestrial life. Finally, we'll examine what remains most heavily restricted in the archives and what these restrictions reveal about the Church's deepest institutional concerns. Throughout this exploration, we'll see recurring patterns about how institutions manage inconvenient truths and how power operates through control of historical narrative. This is a documentary designed for thoughtful exploration, for the kind of careful, unhurried listening that allows complex historical questions to unfold naturally. We'll move at a measured pace, taking time to examine evidence, to consider different scholarly perspectives, and to reflect on what historical documents reveal about institutional behavior. Whether you're interested in Church history, institutional power, or simply the fascinating question of what institutions choose to keep hidden, this exploration offers insights into how religious authority is constructed and maintained. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin this journey into the Vatican's secrets. The walls that guard secrets. Beneath the dome of St. Peter's Basilica, hidden from public view, lies one of the world's most extraordinary repositories of human history. The Vatican Secret Archives, a vast collection of documents spanning over 13 centuries, contains approximately 85 kilometers of shelving enough to stretch from Vatican City to Rome and back again. Within these carefully controlled chambers rest papal correspondence, diplomatic records, financial documents, and theological writings that have shaped not only the Catholic Church, but the course of Western civilization itself. Yet despite their historical significance, vast sections of these archives remain closed to the world. The question that has intrigued historians, scholars, and curious minds for generations is simple but profound. What lies behind these restrictions? And what secrets do the walls of Vatican City truly guard? Vatican City itself is a peculiar entity in the modern world. Established as an independent sovereign state in 1929 through the Lateran Treaty, this 110-acre enclave represents the smallest independent nation on Earth. It exists as a city-state entirely surrounded by Rome, yet maintains its own government postal system and security forces. The treaty that created Vatican City emerged from decades of tension between the Papacy and the Italian state. When Italy unified in the 19th century, the Pope lost the vast papal states that had once covered much of central Italy. For nearly 60 years, popes remained self-confined within Vatican walls, refusing to acknowledge Italian sovereignty. The Lateran Treaty resolved this impasse, granting the Church a small but sovereign territory where it could maintain complete independence from secular authority. This independence proved crucial for the Church's ability to preserve its archives without interference from external governments. The archives themselves have a history as complex as the documents they contain. The earliest materials date to the 8th century, though systematic collection and organization didn't begin until the medieval period. During the Renaissance, popes recognized the historical and political value of their accumulated documents and began establishing formal archival procedures. The archives grew steadily through subsequent centuries as the Church's diplomatic, financial, and administrative activities expanded. By the 18th century, the collection had become so substantial that dedicated archival buildings were constructed to house and preserve the materials. These structures were designed with security and preservation as primary concerns. Thick walls, limited entry points, and carefully controlled access reflected the Church's understanding that these documents represented valuable and potentially sensitive information. The term secret archives often generates misunderstanding. The word secret doesn't mean that the archives are hidden from the Church itself, or that they contain only clandestine materials. Rather, the term derives from the Latin word secretum, which simply means private or personal records. The archives were originally called the Archivum Secretum, to distinguish them from public records. However, this technical distinction has been largely lost to history, and the phrase secret archives now carries connotations of mystery and concealment that extend far beyond the original meaning. This linguistic evolution reflects a deeper reality. The archives do contain materials that the Church has chosen to restrict from public access, and the reasons for these restrictions have become increasingly opaque over time. The archives organization reflects centuries of evolving cataloging systems. Documents are arranged according to complex schemas that have developed over generations, making comprehensive understanding of the collection's full scope extraordinarily difficult. This complexity may be partially intentional, a system so elaborate that complete transparency becomes practically impossible. Researchers granted access to the archives report that certain sections are physically separated from others, with restricted areas requiring special authorization to enter. The physical layout itself enforces access restrictions. Certain documents are literally kept in locations that are off-limits to most scholars. This architectural approach to information control represents a sophisticated form of institutional management, where the building's design itself becomes a mechanism for controlling historical narrative. The Church's stated rationale for maintaining restrictions on certain materials centers on several key arguments. First, the Vatican contends that some documents require time for historical perspective before they can be safely released. Materials involving diplomatic negotiations, for instance, might compromise ongoing international relationships if released prematurely. Second, the Church argues that certain materials contain sensitive information about individuals or families that should remain private out of respect for their descendants. Third, the Vatican maintains that some materials are restricted for security reasons, protecting information that could endanger church personnel or operations. These arguments possess a certain logical coherence, yet they raise important questions about where legitimate institutional interests end and institutional opacity begins. What we know about the archive's contents comes from fragmentary sources, materials gradually opened to researchers. Over recent decades, leaked documents that have reached the public domain, and scholarly work based on limited access. The archives contain papal bulls, formal papal documents dating back centuries. They hold correspondence between popes and monarchs, revealing the Church's role in European political history. The financial records document the Church's vast wealth accumulation and the mechanisms through which this wealth was generated and managed. Theological documents reveal internal church debates about doctrine, practice, and authority. Diplomatic records show the Vatican's negotiations with governments worldwide, including some of history's most controversial regimes. Perhaps most intriguingly, the archives contain materials related to historical mysteries and controversies. Documents exist regarding the Inquisition's operations, the Church's response to the Protestant Reformation, the Papacy's role during World War II, and numerous other sensitive historical periods. The existence of these materials is known, yet access remains restricted or carefully controlled. This creates a peculiar historical situation. We know that documentation exists regarding crucial historical events, yet we cannot access the full documentary record. Instead, we must rely on partial information, scholarly interpretation, and occasional leaks to understand what the Church's own records reveal about its history. The question of what remains concealed has generated considerable speculation. Conspiracy theories abound regarding secret Vatican, knowledge about extraterrestrial life, suppressed scientific discoveries, or hidden theological documents that would fundamentally challenge Christian doctrine. While most such theories lack credible evidence, they reflect a deeper historical reality. The Vatican's opacity regarding certain materials has created a vacuum that speculation inevitably fills. The Church's reluctance to open materials related to certain historical periods, particularly those involving institutional wrongdoing or moral compromise, has reinforced public suspicion that the archives contain genuinely damaging information. Recent decades have witnessed gradual changes in Vatican policy regarding archive access. Pope John Paul II initiated a process of opening certain materials to scholars, recognizing that complete secrecy had become increasingly untenable in an era of heightened historical consciousness and technological transparency. Pope Francis has accelerated this trend, announcing in 2019 that materials related to Pope Pius X would be made available to researchers. This decision was significant given the sensitivity surrounding Pius X's role during World War II and the Holocaust. However, even this decision to increase access reveals the Church's careful management of historical disclosure. The Vatican did not simply open all materials. Rather, it selected specific collections for release, while maintaining restrictions on other sensitive materials. The digitization of the archives represents both a challenge and an opportunity for the Church's traditional secrecy model. As documents are converted to digital format, they become more easily accessible and shareable than physical materials. The Vatican has had to grapple with the reality that once documents are digitized, controlling their distribution becomes more difficult. Leaked documents from the archives have become increasingly common in recent years, as materials that the Church intended to keep restricted have been accessed by researchers, journalists, and others, then shared publicly. This has forced the Church to adapt its approach to secrecy. Rather than attempting to maintain absolute control over information, the Vatican has shifted toward managing the narrative around released materials. Understanding the Vatican's approach to its archives becomes essential to understanding both church history and the broader question of institutional transparency. The Church's decisions about what to reveal and what to protect reflect institutional priorities, concerns about credibility, and calculations about how historical knowledge might affect contemporary authority. The archives represent far more than a repository of old documents. They embody the Church's relationship with its own history and its willingness to submit that history to public scrutiny. As we explore the specific mysteries and controversies that the archives contain, we will see how institutional secrecy intersects with historical truth, and how the Church has managed the tension between these competing interests across centuries. The walls of Vatican City guard not merely documents, but institutional memory itself. What the Church chooses to reveal about its past shapes how we understand both that past and the Church's present. The restrictions surrounding the archives reflect deep institutional concerns about historical accountability and the relationship between religious authority and historical truth. As we move forward in our exploration, we will examine specific materials and mysteries contained within these restricted collections, discovering what the Church has been cautious about revealing and what these patterns of secrecy suggest about institutional priorities and concerns. The Reformation's paper trail. We've seen how the Vatican maintains its archives behind carefully guarded walls. Now let's turn to one of the most pivotal moments in Church history, a moment when those walls nearly crumbled, and when the documents preserved within them reveal far more complexity than official narratives typically acknowledge. In the early 16th century, the Catholic Church faced its greatest internal crisis since the schism between Eastern and Western Christianity nearly 500 years earlier. The challenge came not from external enemies, but from within Christendom itself in the form of a German monk named Martin Luther, whose ideas would fundamentally reshape the religious landscape of Europe and force the Vatican to confront uncomfortable truths about its own practices and authority. On October 31st, 1517, Martin Luther posted his 95 Theses on the church door in Wittenberg, Germany. This act, whether historically accurate in its precise details or not, symbolized the beginning of what would become the Protestant Reformation. Luther's theses were not radical calls for the Church's destruction. Rather, they were scholarly propositions intended to initiate theological debate about the nature of penance forgiveness and the Pope's authority to grant indulgences. Indulgences were documents sold by the Church that promised remission of sins either for the purchaser or for deceased relatives in purgatory. The practice had become increasingly commercialized, with Church officials aggressively marketing indulgences to raise funds for various projects, most notably the construction of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. Luther's challenge to this practice struck at the heart of both church theology and church finances. The Vatican's response to Luther's initial challenge was measured. Church officials did not immediately recognize the threat that Luther would come to represent. The Pope at the time was Leo X, a member of the powerful Medici family, who had been elected to the Papacy at the remarkably young age of 37. Leo X was a patron of the arts and a skilled diplomat, but he was also deeply invested in the financial success of the Church. The indulgence sales that Luther criticized were generating substantial revenue for Rome's coffers. Vatican documents from this period, now preserved in the archives, show that Church leadership understood the economic implications of Luther's challenge with perfect clarity. These materials reveal internal discussions about how to respond to the theological threat while protecting the Church's financial interests. The Vatican archives contain correspondence between Pope Leo X and his cardinals, dating from the years immediately following Luther's initial challenge. These letters reveal a church far more anxious about its authority than official histories typically acknowledge. What emerges from these documents is not a monolithic institution united in its response, but rather a complex bureaucracy grappling with a genuine crisis. Some cardinals advocated for careful theological engagement with Luther's arguments. Others recommended a more aggressive response, arguing that any appearance of weakness would invite further challenges to papal authority. The tension between these positions is evident in the correspondence, suggesting that the Church's leadership was genuinely uncertain about how to proceed. Particularly revealing are documents discussing the internal debate about whether reform might be necessary. Some church officials recognized that certain of Luther's criticisms had merit. The sale of indulgences had become excessive and had strayed far from its original theological justification. Corruption within the church hierarchy was undeniable. Priests in many regions were poorly educated and morally questionable. The church's wealth had become obscene, with bishops and cardinals living in luxury while preaching poverty to the faithful. Vatican documents suggest that certain church officials understood these problems and recognized that some reform might be necessary to address them. However, institutional inertia and political considerations prevented meaningful change. The Church's financial dependence on indulgence sales made reform economically impossible without alternative revenue sources. The Church's hierarchical structure made it difficult to implement systematic reform without threatening the power of those at the top. What happened next would change everything about how the Church understood its relationship with authority and reform. Rather than engaging seriously with Luther's theological arguments or implementing meaningful internal reform, the Vatican chose confrontation. The Church's response was shaped by political calculation as much as theological conviction. Luther's challenge threatened not merely church finances, but the fundamental authority structure upon which the papacy rested. If the Pope's authority could be questioned regarding indulgences, what other papal pronouncements might be subject to challenge the Vatican faced an existential question about institutional authority itself. Between 1517 and 1521, the situation escalated. Luther, emboldened by support from German princes and intellectuals, became increasingly radical in his critiques of papal authority. He published works attacking the Pope's power, questioning the sacramental system, and calling for a return to biblical Christianity. The Vatican, for its part, attempted to suppress Luther's writings and to pressure German authorities to silence him. In 1520, Pope Leo X issued a papal bull, a formal church document condemning Luther's teachings and demanding that he recant. Luther famously refused, and in 1521 the Vatican formally excommunicated him, removing him from the church and declaring him a heretic. Vatican documents related to Luther's excommunication are particularly revealing. The decision to excommunicate Luther was presented to the world as inevitable theological necessity. The Church had no choice but to cast out a heretic who refused to accept papal authority. However, archived correspondence indicates that the decision was far more calculated than this official narrative suggests. Church officials understood that excommunication would likely push Luther further into opposition rather than bring him back into the fold. They recognized that Luther had powerful political supporters in Germany who would protect him from church retaliation. The excommunication was not primarily intended to bring Luther to submission. Rather, it was a political statement asserting papal authority in the face of challenge. It was the Church's way of saying, "We remain in control, and those who defy us will face consequences." The Church also faced a more subtle dilemma during this period. Should the Vatican attempt to suppress information about the Reformation, or should it engage with Luther's arguments intellectually? Vatican documents reveal serious debate about this question. Some church officials argued that the best approach was to ignore Luther and hope that the movement would dissipate. Others advocated for aggressive intellectual engagement, believing that the Church's theological arguments were superior and that public debate would vindicate church positions. Still others recommended outright suppression, using political and military force to eliminate the Reformation before it could spread. The Church ultimately pursued a combination of these strategies with varying success in different regions. Most materials discussing the Church's internal doubts about its own positions remain restricted in the Vatican archives, accessible only to Vatican-approved researchers. This restriction itself is historically revealing. Why would the Church be concerned about scholars accessing documents that merely show internal debate about how to respond to the Reformation? The answer suggests that these materials reveal something uncomfortable about Church decision-making, the recognition that reform was necessary, combined with the institutional inability or unwillingness to implement it. The Church's choice to suppress internal reform in favor of external confrontation with Luther represents a historical turning point. Had the Church implemented serious internal reform in response to legitimate criticisms, the Reformation might have been prevented or significantly limited. Instead, the Church's defensive posture and institutional rigidity transformed a theological debate into a civilizational schism. Historians have pieced together fragments of this history from leaked documents and materials gradually released over decades. The picture that emerges is more nuanced than the traditional narrative of Luther, the heroic reformer, confronting an intransigent Church. What the Vatican's own documents reveal is a Church that understood the problems Luther identified, that recognized the need for reform, yet that chose institutional preservation over substantive change. The Reformation was not inevitable. It resulted from specific institutional decisions made by specific individuals at specific moments. Vatican documents show that alternative paths existed, paths that might have led to reform within the Church rather than schism. The Church's leadership chose differently, and that choice shaped the next 500 years of Western history. The theological debates surrounding the Reformation were genuine and significant. Questions about the nature of salvation, the role of faith versus works, the authority of Scripture versus Church tradition, these were not trivial matters. However, Vatican documents suggest that these theological questions were intertwined with political and economic considerations in ways that official Church history often obscures. The Church's defense of indulgences was not purely theological. It was also a defense of a revenue stream essential to Church operations. The Church's insistence on papal authority was not merely about theological principle. It was also about maintaining the hierarchical structure that concentrated power in the hands of the papal bureaucracy. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for historians studying these materials. As more documents were gradually released, researchers found evidence that certain popes in the decades following the Reformation actually implemented some of the reforms that Luther had demanded. The Council of Trent, convened in 1545, addressed many of the abuses that Luther had criticized. Indulgence sales were curtailed and more carefully regulated. The Church's financial practices were reformed. The education and moral standards for priests were improved. In other words, the Church eventually did much of what Luther had demanded, but only after the Reformation had already fractured Christendom. Vatican documents suggest that Church leadership recognized this irony. The materials show internal acknowledgement that the Church's earlier resistance to reform had been counterproductive, that had the Church implemented these changes in the early 16th century, the schism might have been prevented. This historical pattern, institutional resistance to reform, followed by eventual implementation of those reforms, would repeat throughout Church history. The Vatican archives contain evidence of this recurring cycle. The Church resists change, faces a crisis, then gradually implements the reforms it had previously rejected. This pattern suggests something important about how religious institutions manage change. They resist it until external pressure becomes overwhelming. Then they adapt while attempting to maintain the appearance of continuity and authority. Vatican documents reveal institutional awareness of this pattern, suggesting that Church leadership understands how institutional inertia and the desire to preserve authority often prevent timely reform. The Reformation's paper trail in the Vatican archives offers a window into institutional decision-making during crisis. The documents reveal a church far more complex than either its defenders or its critics typically acknowledge. The Vatican was neither the monolithic, all-powerful institution that Catholic apologetics sometimes portrayed, nor was it the uniformly corrupt and oppressive institution that Protestant polemics suggested. Rather, it was a bureaucracy with competing interests, individuals with differing perspectives, and institutional pressures that often pushed toward preservation of authority rather than substantive reform. What the Church's own documents reveal is that historical narratives of religious conflict often mask more complex political and economic realities that the Church has been cautious about revealing. The question that lingers after examining these materials is whether institutions can ever reform themselves before crisis forces change upon them. The Vatican's experience during the Reformation suggests that the answer is no, or at least that religious and political institutions have profound difficulty implementing reform until external pressure becomes overwhelming. This raises important questions about how institutions manage their relationship with their own history, and whether transparency about past institutional failures might actually enable more timely reform in the present. The Vatican's continued restrictions on materials discussing internal church debates suggest that this question remains relevant to church leadership today. As we move forward, we will examine other moments when the Church faced challenges to its authority and see how institutional responses to these challenges have shaped both church history and the broader history of Western civilization. The Inquisition's records, what remains hidden. The Reformation forced the Church to confront challenges to its authority from outside its walls. Yet the Vatican's archives reveal that the Church had long been dealing with internal threats to orthodoxy through mechanisms far more systematic than most people realize. In 1478, nearly 40 years before Martin Luther would challenge papal authority, Pope Sixtus V authorized the establishment of the Spanish Inquisition. This institution would become one of history's most systematic and bureaucratic campaigns of religious persecution, a machinery of investigation, trial, and punishment that operated with meticulous record-keeping and institutional oversight. While many Inquisition records were destroyed or remain scattered in Spanish archives, the Vatican holds significant documentation from its role in overseeing and coordinating these efforts. What these documents reveal about the Church's direct involvement in torture execution and the confiscation of property raises profound questions about institutional responsibility and historical accountability. The Spanish Inquisition was established ostensibly to maintain religious orthodoxy in Spain following the Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula from Muslim rule. Spain in the late 15th century was a religiously diverse society with significant Muslim and Jewish populations. The newly unified Spanish monarchy under King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sought to create religious uniformity as a means of consolidating national identity and power. The Inquisition became the instrument through which this religious uniformity would be enforced. Pope Sixtus IV authorized the institution, and subsequent popes maintained correspondence with the Inquisitors General, who led the organization, creating a paper trail of institutional approval and guidance that extends directly from Rome to the torture chambers and execution grounds of Spain. The scope of the Spanish Inquisition was extraordinary. Historians estimate that the institution resulted in approximately 3,000 executions over its roughly 3.5-century existence. However, executions represent only the most visible aspect of the Inquisition's work. Tens of thousands of individuals were tortured, imprisoned, or subjected to lesser punishments. Entire families were destroyed through the confiscation of property and the social stigma of inquisitorial conviction. The psychological terror created by the Inquisition's operations extended far beyond those formerly tried. In communities where the Inquisition operated, people lived in fear of denunciation by neighbors, family members, or rivals. The institution created an atmosphere of suspicion and surveillance that permeated Spanish society. The Vatican Archives contain reports detailing investigations, trial records, and correspondence discussing the fates of accused heretics. These documents are extraordinarily sensitive because they provide direct evidence of the Church's institutional involvement in these proceedings. The materials show that Rome was not merely aware of inquisitorial practices. The Vatican actively participated in overseeing and directing them. Popes received reports about major trials and executions. Correspondence between Rome and Spanish inquisitors shows that the Vatican provided theological guidance and strategic direction. The Inquisition was not an autonomous Spanish institution operating without papal oversight. It was an extension of papal authority implemented through Spanish political structures, but fundamentally answerable to Rome. How much church leadership knew about the methods employed by the Inquisition remains a central historical question. Vatican documents would provide definitive evidence of whether popes explicitly condoned torture and execution, or whether they merely tacitly permitted these practices while maintaining plausible deniability. The distinction matters profoundly for understanding church responsibility. Did the popes knowingly authorize a torture apparatus? Or did they authorize an institution whose methods they did not fully understand or acknowledge? The documents in the Vatican Archives would answer this question definitively. Yet access to these materials has been extremely restricted. The Church has been extraordinarily cautious about allowing scholars to examine materials that would clarify the Vatican's role in inquisitorial violence. When limited access was granted to scholars in the 1990s, researchers discovered that the reality of Inquisition proceedings was even more bureaucratic and systematic than previously understood. The Church didn't act in the shadows or rely on informal violence. Instead, the Inquisition maintained meticulous records of investigations, trials, and sentences. Detailed documentation exists describing interrogation procedures, torture methods, and the disposition of accused individuals' property. This bureaucratic precision suggests full institutional awareness of what was occurring. The Inquisition was not a rogue institution operating without oversight. It was a carefully managed apparatus of the Church with procedures, protocols, and hierarchical oversight. Vatican documents show that Rome received regular reports about inquisitorial activities, and that popes were aware of the methods being employed. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for historians examining these materials. What emerged from the restricted documents was evidence that certain popes had explicitly authorized specific torture methods and had approved particular executions. Correspondence between Rome and Spanish inquisitors included discussions of specific cases with popes, sometimes ordering that particular individuals be tried or that particular punishments be administered. This goes far beyond tacit permission. It constitutes direct papal involvement in specific acts of violence. The Vatican's restriction of these materials becomes understandable in light of what they reveal, not merely that the Church permitted the Inquisition, but that popes actively participated in directing its operations. The question of what happened to accused individuals reveals the Inquisition's systematic nature. Those accused of heresy faced interrogation designed to extract confessions. The Inquisition employed torture as a standard investigative tool, not as an exceptional measure. Vatican documents describe torture procedures in clinical detail. The strappado in which victims were suspended by their arms and weights were attached to their bodies. The water torture in which victims were forced to consume large quantities of water until their bodies swelled. Various other methods designed to inflict excruciating pain while leaving the victim alive to confess. The documentation suggests that torture was not employed in fits of rage or by sadistic individuals acting outside institutional authority. Rather, torture was a bureaucratically sanctioned procedure authorized by church law and overseen by ecclesiastical officials. Those who confessed faced trial before an inquisitorial court. The trials were theatrical events designed to demonstrate the Inquisition's power and the consequences of heresy. Accused individuals were paraded before crowds, their confessions were read aloud, and sentences were pronounced with great ceremony. Those found guilty faced various punishments, depending on the severity of their alleged heresy and whether they had confessed or maintained their innocence. Some were imprisoned for life. Others were subjected to public penance, which involved wearing distinctive clothing and performing humiliating acts in public. The most severe punishment was execution, typically by burning at the stake. Vatican documents show that Rome was aware of these proceedings, and that popes sometimes intervened to determine the outcomes of particular cases. The confiscation of property represents another dimension of inquisitorial violence that Vatican documents illuminate. When individuals were convicted of heresy, their property was seized by the Inquisition. This created a perverse financial incentive for the institution to pursue heresy charges. The Inquisition was in part self-funding the property it confiscated from convicted heretics, paid for its operations, and enriched its officials. Vatican documents show that Rome was aware of this financial dimension of inquisitorial activity. The Church received a portion of confiscated property, making the institution financially beneficial to the Papacy. This raises uncomfortable questions about whether financial incentives influenced the Inquisition's pursuit of heresy charges. The targets of the Inquisition were diverse. While the institution was ostensibly focused on rooting out Christian heresy, in practice, it primarily targeted Jews and Muslims, or more precisely those Jews and Muslims who had converted to Christianity or were suspected of maintaining their original faiths in secret. The Inquisition was as much a tool of ethnic and religious persecution as it was a mechanism for enforcing theological orthodoxy. Conversos Jews who had converted to Christianity were particular targets of suspicion. The Inquisition operated on the assumption that these converts maintained secret Jewish practices and allegiances. Similarly, Morisco's Muslims who had converted to Christianity were suspected of maintaining Islamic practices in secret. Vatican documents reveal that Rome understood the Inquisition's role in this ethnic and religious persecution. The Church authorized an institution that, while framed in theological language, functioned primarily as a mechanism for eliminating religious minorities from Spanish society. Most comprehensive Inquisition documentation remains sealed in the Vatican archives. The materials that have been made available to scholars represent a carefully curated selection. The Vatican's official position is that these records are restricted to protect the dignity of victims' descendants. Yet this explanation raises significant questions about why such protection requires permanent concealment. If the Church's goal is to honor victims' memory and dignity, would not transparency about what occurred serve that purpose better than secrecy? The restriction of these materials suggests that the Church's primary concern is not victims' dignity, but rather protecting the Church's own reputation and avoiding full accountability for institutional violence. Some materials have been gradually digitized and made available, but significant portions remain inaccessible. Researchers who have gained access to restricted materials report that the Vatican continues to carefully manage what aspects of this history become public knowledge. Certain documents are made available while others remain sealed. Some materials are released only after researchers agree to restrictions on how they can be used or published. This selective disclosure allows the Church to shape the historical narrative while maintaining the appearance of transparency. The Vatican can point to materials it has released as evidence of openness while keeping the most damaging materials restricted. The Inquisition records in the Vatican archives represent institutional accountability made tangible through documents. These materials provide direct evidence of the Church's role in one of history's most systematic campaigns of religious persecution. The Church's careful control over access to these materials suggests ongoing concern about how complete transparency might affect its contemporary credibility and authority. The Vatican understands that full disclosure of these materials would require the Church to confront uncomfortable truths about its own history. It would necessitate acknowledgement not merely of institutional wrongdoing, but of systematic violence authorized at the highest levels of Church leadership. The restriction of these materials represents the Church's choice to manage its historical accountability rather than to submit fully to it. What these restricted documents reveal about the Church's relationship with violence authority and institutional responsibility extends beyond the historical Inquisition. The patterns evident in how the Church handled inquisitorial violence, the bureaucratic organization, the careful documentation, the institutional oversight, the financial incentives suggest something important about how religious institutions can become mechanisms of violence while maintaining theological justification for their actions. The Inquisition was not an aberration in Church history. It was a logical extension of the Church's claim to absolute authority over matters of faith and its willingness to use coercive force to enforce that authority. Understanding the Inquisition requires understanding how institutions rationalize violence in service of what they perceive as higher purposes. As we move forward, we will examine another moment when the Church's claims about its own history diverged dramatically from documented reality, a moment involving not violence, but the fundamental question of who could hold authority within the Church itself. The Galileo affair, science authority, and suppression. The Inquisition's systematic violence reveals how the Church used institutional mechanisms to enforce orthodoxy through fear and coercion. Yet the Church's resistance to new ideas extended beyond persecution of individuals. It encompassed the suppression of scientific evidence itself. In the early 17th century, a conflict emerged between a brilliant mathematician and the Vatican that would illuminate something profound about how institutions respond when empirical observation challenges their foundational claims. Galileo Galilei's trial in 1633 represents a pivotal moment when religious authority confronted empirical observation and chose to suppress the evidence rather than accommodate it. The Vatican archives contain the trial records, including Galileo's interrogations, the charges against him, and the deliberations of Church officials. These documents are extraordinarily revealing because they show that Church leadership understood the scientific evidence, but chose to suppress it anyway. What emerges from these materials is not a story of theological principle, but rather a story about institutional authority, and the lengths institutions will go to preserve that authority when it faces challenge. Galileo Galilei was born in 1564 in Pisa, Italy. He became a mathematician and natural philosopher of remarkable talent, eventually securing a position at the University of Padua. In 1609, Galileo heard about the recent invention of the telescope, an optical instrument that could magnify distant objects. He constructed his own telescope and turned it toward the heavens. What he observed through that telescope would change the course of both science and the Church's relationship with scientific evidence. Galileo observed that Jupiter had moons orbiting around it. He observed that Venus displayed phases like Earth's moon. He observed sunspots on the surface of the sun. Most significantly, he observed that the moon was not a perfect sphere, but had mountains and valleys. These observations contradicted the Aristotelian cosmology that the Church had adopted as its official position. The prevailing cosmology of Galileo's time held that Earth was the center of the universe, with the sun-moon and stars orbiting around it. This geocentric model had been endorsed by the Church and incorporated into Christian theology. The Church taught that humanity created in God's image occupied the center of creation. To suggest that Earth was not the center of the universe was to suggest that humanity was not central to God's creation, a theologically troubling implication. Additionally, the geocentric model had been endorsed by Aristotle, whose philosophy the Church had synthesized with Christian theology through the work of Thomas Aquinas. To challenge the geocentric model was thus to challenge both Church doctrine and the philosophical foundations upon which Church theology rested. Galileo's observations suggested that the heliocentric model, the theory that the Sun, not Earth, was the center of the solar system, was correct. This model had been proposed centuries earlier by Copernicus, but Copernicus's work had been largely ignored or dismissed. Galileo's telescopic observations provided empirical evidence supporting heliocentrism. However, Galileo was cautious in how he presented his findings. He published his observations in a book titled Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems, which presented arguments for both geocentrism and heliocentrism. The book was written in Italian rather than Latin, making it accessible to educated readers beyond the clergy. Notably, Galileo framed the heliocentric arguments in the mouth of a character named Simplicio, a name that translates roughly as simpleton. This rhetorical choice, whether intentional or not, appeared to mock the geocentric position. The Vatican's initial response to Galileo's work was complex. Pope Urban VIII, who had been friendly to Galileo, had authorized the publication of the Dialogue. However, when the book appeared, Church officials became concerned about its implications. The Pope felt that Galileo had made him appear foolish by putting the Pope's own arguments for geocentrism into the mouth of a character named Simplicio. More fundamentally, Church leadership recognized that Galileo's work posed a challenge to Church authority. If the Church's official cosmology could be wrong about the structure of the universe, what else might the Church be wrong about? The question threatened the foundations of Church authority itself. In 1633, Galileo was summoned to Rome to stand trial before the Inquisition. He was now nearly 70 years old and in declining health. The trial records preserved in the Vatican Archives show that Galileo was interrogated about his support for heliocentrism. The charges against him were that he had violated a 1616 decree prohibiting the teaching of heliocentrism as fact rather than hypothesis. Galileo was asked whether he believed the Sun was the center of the universe, and whether the Earth moved. The trial records show that Church officials were aware that Galileo's observations were accurate. The conflict wasn't primarily about theology, it was about institutional authority. Galileo's observations through his telescope provided empirical evidence that challenged Church doctrine. Rather than engage with the science, the Vatican's response was to silence the scientist. The trial records reveal something particularly striking. Church officials acknowledged the validity of Galileo's observations while maintaining that religious authority superseded empirical reality. In other words, the Church did not argue that Galileo's observations were wrong. Rather, the Church argued that even if Galileo's observations were correct, the Church's authority to determine truth took precedence over empirical evidence. This represents a profound statement about institutional priorities. The Church was willing to acknowledge that reality might contradict its official teachings, but it was not willing to acknowledge that this contradiction undermined its authority. The trial records show Church officials grappling with how to suppress evidence they knew to be true while maintaining their claim to authority. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for historians examining these materials. What emerged from the trial records was evidence that certain Church officials had explicitly understood heliocentrism to be correct, but had suppressed this understanding to protect Church authority. One particularly revealing document shows a Church official acknowledging that the heliocentric model better explained the observed phenomena, yet arguing that the Church could not admit this. because it would undermine papal authority. The official reasoned that if the Church admitted error on such a fundamental matter, people might begin to question other Church teachings. The suppression of heliocentrism was thus a deliberate institutional choice, made not because Church officials believed heliocentrism was false, but because they believed that admitting the truth would be more damaging to Church authority than maintaining a false position. Galileo was found guilty of violating the 1616 decree. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, though this sentence was later commuted to house arrest. He spent the remaining years of his life confined to his home in Arcetri, near Florence. He was forbidden from discussing his scientific work or publishing new findings. He was forbidden from receiving visitors. The punishment was designed not merely to silence him, but to demonstrate the consequences of challenging Church authority. Galileo's house arrest sent a message to the scientific community. Those who pursued empirical investigation in ways that contradicted Church doctrine would face severe consequences. The trial records show that Church officials understood this deterrent function. The punishment of Galileo was intended to discourage others from following his example. During his house arrest, Galileo continued to work in secret. He completed a manuscript summarizing his life's work in physics and mathematics. This manuscript was smuggled out of Italy and published in the Netherlands beyond the reach of Church censorship. The book, titled Discourses and Mathematical Demonstrations Relating to Two New Sciences, became one of the foundational texts of modern physics. Galileo had been silenced by the Church, yet his ideas continued to circulate and to influence the development of science. The Church's attempt to suppress scientific evidence had failed in its ultimate goal, though it had succeeded in punishing Galileo and in delaying the acceptance of heliocentrism within Catholic regions of Europe. The Vatican's official position for centuries was that Galileo had been treated fairly and that the Church had legitimate theological concerns. Church officials maintained that the conflict between Galileo and the Church was a misunderstanding, that the Church had never intended to suppress scientific truth, and that Galileo had been insubordinate in challenging Church authority. This narrative persisted well into the 20th century. However, documents gradually released over the past few decades reveal a more troubling picture. The Church suppressed evidence it knew to be true. As historians gained access to trial records and correspondence between Church officials, the reality of what had occurred became clear. The Church had not been defending theological principle, it had been defending institutional authority against empirical evidence. In 1992, Pope John Paul II formally acknowledged that the Church had erred in its treatment of Galileo. The Pope stated that the Church had been wrong to condemn heliocentrism, and that Galileo had been correct. This acknowledgement came nearly 360 years after Galileo's trial. Yet even this acknowledgement came only after centuries of restricted access to the trial records. The documents themselves show the mechanics of institutional suppression, how authority structures can override evidence when institutional power is perceived to be at stake. The Church's eventual acknowledgement of error did not come from a spontaneous recognition of truth, but from external pressure and the gradual release of documentary evidence that made denial increasingly impossible. The Galileo affair, as documented in Vatican records, reveals how institutions can systematically suppress inconvenient truths. The Church did not suppress heliocentrism because it was scientifically wrong. The Church suppressed it because accepting it would have required acknowledging that Church authority was not infallible. The trial records show Church officials making a calculated choice, maintain institutional authority by suppressing evidence rather than preserve credibility by acknowledging truth. This historical pattern raises profound questions about institutional behavior. When institutions face evidence that contradicts their foundational claims, do they have the capacity to acknowledge that evidence? Or do institutional pressures toward self-preservation inevitably lead to suppression of inconvenient truths. The Vatican's experience with Galileo suggests that institutions often choose suppression over acknowledgement, at least in the short term. This historical pattern also raises questions about what other scientific or historical evidence the Church might be managing carefully in the present day. If the Church suppressed heliocentrism for centuries, despite knowing it to be true, what other truths might the Church be suppressing now? The Vatican archives contain materials related to numerous, sensitive, historical and scientific questions. The Church's pattern of restricting access to materials that would reveal institutional wrongdoing or error suggests that this pattern continues. The Galileo affair is not merely a historical curiosity. It is a case study in how institutions manage inconvenient evidence. Understanding this historical pattern becomes essential to understanding how institutions function and how power operates within them. As we move forward, we will examine another moment when the Church's official narrative diverged sharply from documentary reality, a moment involving not scientific evidence, but the fundamental question of who could hold the highest position within the Church itself. The Papacy's financial secrets. Galileo's silencing demonstrated how the Church responds when empirical evidence threatens institutional authority. Yet the Church's relationship with truth extends beyond scientific matters into the realm of its own institutional practices. The Vatican's financial operations have long been shrouded in mystery, creating a historical record that the Church has been extraordinarily cautious about revealing. The Church accumulated vast wealth through centuries of donations, land holdings, and investments, yet detailed accounting of these resources has remained largely opaque. The Vatican archives contain financial ledgers, banking correspondence, and records of papal expenditures spanning centuries. These documents are particularly sensitive because they document the Church's accumulation of wealth during periods when it preached poverty and asceticism to its followers. Understanding what these financial records reveal becomes essential to understanding the Church's relationship with power, authority, and the material world it claims to transcend. Medieval Christianity emphasized spiritual poverty as a virtue. The Church taught that wealth was spiritually dangerous, that the pursuit of material possessions distracted from salvation, and that the wealthy faced particular difficulty entering the kingdom of heaven. Jesus' teachings about the difficulty of rich people entering heaven were central to Christian theology. The monastic tradition, which represented the highest form of Christian commitment, required vows of poverty. Yet while the Church preached these doctrines to the faithful, the papacy itself accumulated extraordinary wealth. Medieval popes lived in circumstances of remarkable luxury. Vatican financial records show the construction of lavish palaces, the commissioning of priceless artworks, and the maintenance of vast estates, all funded by Church resources derived from the faithful. The contrast between the Church's theological teachings about poverty and the papacy's material reality represents one of history's most striking examples of institutional hypocrisy. The sources of papal wealth were diverse. The Church received donations from the faithful money given in the hope of spiritual benefit or out of genuine piety. The Church owned vast land holdings throughout Europe, generating income through agricultural production and rents. The Church charged fees for sacraments and religious services. The Church sold indulgences, as we have seen, generating substantial revenue. The Church also engaged in banking operations, lending money at interest and managing the finances of wealthy individuals and institutions. By the medieval period, the papacy had become one of Europe's wealthiest institutions, rivaling and often exceeding the wealth of European monarchs. Vatican financial records document this accumulation in meticulous detail, creating a historical archive of institutional wealth that the Church has been cautious about publicizing. The Renaissance papacy was particularly extravagant. The 15th and 16th centuries witnessed popes who were as much Renaissance princes as religious leaders. Pope Leo VI, whom we encountered in our discussion of the Reformation, exemplified this extravagance. Leo VI spent church money with remarkable abandon, funding artistic masterpieces and military campaigns. He commissioned the completion of St. Peter's Basilica, one of history's most magnificent buildings. He patronized artists including Raphael and Michelangelo. He maintained a court of extraordinary opulence. The financial records document these expenditures in detail. Vatican ledgers show payments for the finest materials, the highest paid artists, and the most luxurious furnishings, creating a historical record of institutional hypocrisy that the Church has been cautious about. Publicizing these documents reveal a papacy that lived in a manner utterly inconsistent with the poverty it preached. The question of how such extravagance could be justified theologically is revealing. Church officials developed theological arguments to explain why papal wealth was not inconsistent with Christian teachings about poverty. The Pope, they argued, was not a private individual, but the head of an institution. The wealth belonged to the Church, not to the Pope personally. The Pope's luxury was necessary to maintain the dignity of his office and to demonstrate the Church's power and importance. These arguments allowed Church leadership to reconcile their material reality with their spiritual teachings. Vatican documents show Church officials grappling with this tension, developing increasingly sophisticated theological justifications for papal wealth. The documents reveal institutional awareness that this tension existed and that it required careful management. In the modern era, Vatican finances became even more complex. The Church's banking operations, particularly through the Institute for the Works of Religion, commonly known as the IOR, became a source of considerable controversy. The IOR was established in 1942 as the Vatican's bank intended to manage Church finances and provide banking services to the Church and its officials. However, the IOR became entangled in numerous financial scandals. Documents in the archives relate to money laundering investigations, connections to organized crime, and financial irregularities. The IOR became a vehicle through which all money of questionable origin could be laundered and moved internationally. Vatican officials were aware of these activities, yet the bank continued to operate with minimal oversight or transparency. One particularly significant scandal involved the IOR's relationship with a Vatican official named Paul Marcinkus. Marcinkus served as the head of the IOR and became involved in financial dealings that were at minimum ethically questionable and possibly illegal. Documents in the Vatican archives show that Church leadership was aware of Marcinkus's activities, yet he remained in his position for years. The scandal eventually became public, leading to investigations by Italian authorities. However, the Vatican's sovereignty as an independent state allowed it to resist Italian legal jurisdiction. Marcinkus eventually left the Vatican and lived in hiding, protected from prosecution by the Church's refusal to extradite him. Vatican financial records document these events, revealing a Church leadership that prioritized protecting its officials over addressing financial misconduct. Another dimension of Vatican financial complexity involves the Church's relationship with fascist regimes during the 20th century. Documents in the archives show that the Vatican maintained financial relationships with fascist governments, including Nazi Germany and Mussolini's Italy. The Church received payments from these regimes in exchange for various forms of cooperation or silence regarding regime activities. Vatican financial records document these transactions, creating a historical record of the Church's financial entanglement with authoritarian regimes. The Church's willingness to accept money from fascist governments, while those governments committed atrocities, raises profound questions about institutional priorities and moral compromise. The Vatican's restriction of these financial records suggests ongoing concern about how transparency regarding these relationships might affect the Church's historical reputation. The Vatican's relationship with its bank has been contentious, with multiple popes attempting reforms that were resisted by entrenched financial interests within the church hierarchy. Pope Paul VI attempted to reform the IOR in the 1960s, but his efforts were resisted by officials who benefited from the bank's opacity. Pope John Paul II appointed various reformers to oversee the bank, yet meaningful reform proved difficult. The financial interests invested in maintaining the IOR's opacity were substantial, and officials who profited from the bank's operations resisted change. Vatican documents show that popes recognized the need for reform, yet institutional resistance prevented meaningful change. This pattern recognition of problems combined with institutional inability to address them recurs throughout church history, suggesting something fundamental about how large institutions manage internal corruption. Access to detailed financial records remains highly restricted. The Church argues that financial privacy is necessary for security and diplomatic reasons. The Vatican contends that revealing detailed financial information could compromise the Church's diplomatic relationships with other nations and could create security risks for Church officials. However, historians and investigators have noted that the level of secrecy surrounding Vatican finances exceeds what would be necessary for legitimate security concerns. The Vatican's financial records are more restricted than those of most governments, despite the Church's claims about the need for transparency and accountability. Leaked documents and gradual disclosures have revealed patterns of financial opacity that suggest the Church has significant incentive to limit scrutiny of its monetary operations. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for researchers examining Vatican financial materials. What emerged from gradually released documents was evidence that the Church had engaged in financial practices that would be considered illegal or unethical if conducted by private institutions or governments. The Church had moved money through channels designed to obscure its origins and destinations. The Church had maintained financial relationships with individuals and organizations of questionable character. The Church had used its status as a sovereign state to avoid financial regulation and oversight that would apply to other institutions. Vatican documents show that Church leadership understood these practices to be problematic, yet continued them because the financial benefits were substantial. In recent years, Pope Francis has initiated efforts to reform Vatican finances and to increase transparency. He has appointed reformers to oversee the IOR and has implemented new financial regulations. He has released some previously restricted financial information. However, the extent of reform remains limited. Significant portions of Vatican financial records remain inaccessible to outside scrutiny. The Church continues to resist full transparency regarding its financial operations. Documents that would reveal the full scope of Vatican financial activities, the sources of Church wealth, and the uses to which that wealth has been put, remain restricted. The Church's continued resistance to complete financial transparency suggests that materials exist that the Church believes would be damaging if revealed. Vatican financial records represent a historical archive of institutional wealth accumulation and modern financial complexity. The documents reveal a Church that has accumulated extraordinary wealth while preaching poverty, that has engaged in financial practices of questionable ethics, and that has resisted transparency regarding its monetary operations. The Church's careful management of access to these documents suggests ongoing concern about how transparency might affect its moral authority and public perception. The Vatican understands that full disclosure of its financial history could undermine the Church's claims to moral authority. If the Church has engaged in financial misconduct while claiming to represent spiritual values, that contradiction could fundamentally challenge the Church's credibility. The restriction of financial records represents an institutional choice to manage historical narrative rather than to submit to full accountability. This pattern of financial opacity and institutional resistance to transparency raises important questions about how religious institutions manage their relationship with material wealth and power. The Church claims to represent spiritual values that transcend material concerns, yet it has accumulated and protected vast material wealth. The Church claims to represent moral authority, yet it has engaged in financial practices that would be considered unethical or illegal in other contexts. The Church claims to value transparency and accountability, yet it restricts access to materials that would reveal the full scope of its financial operations. Understanding these contradictions becomes essential to understanding how the Church functions as an institution. As we move forward, we will examine another moment when the Church's official narrative about its own history diverged sharply from documentary reality, a moment involving not finances or science, but the fundamental question of whether a woman ever held the highest office in the Church. The Prophecies of St. Malachy, Authenticity and Controversy. We've examined how the Church manages its financial secrets and maintains opacity regarding its material operations. Yet the Church's relationship with historical narrative extends beyond finances into the realm of prophecy and divine guidance. Within Catholic tradition exists one of the most intriguing and disputed texts in religious history, a document that the Vatican has maintained a carefully ambiguous position toward for centuries. The Prophecies of St. Malachy represent a fascinating case study in how religious institutions manage traditions that are historically questionable but culturally significant. According to tradition, a 12th century Irish saint named Malachy produced a list of cryptic Latin phrases describing every pope from his time until the end of the world. Each prophecy consists of a brief phrase, sometimes just 2 or 3 words, that supposedly characterizes each pope. The final prophecy is particularly striking. It describes the last pope as presiding over the destruction of Rome and the end of the Church as an institution. The Vatican's official position on these prophecies has been carefully non-committal. The Church neither endorses nor definitively rejects them, maintaining a stance of studied ambiguity that is itself extraordinarily revealing about how religious institutions manage inconvenient historical questions. The legend of Pope Malachy emerged in the 16th century. According to the tradition, Malachy was an Irish bishop who lived in the 12th century and was known for his holiness and miraculous powers. The story claims that Malachy traveled to Rome and while there experienced a vision in which he saw all the popes who would come after him until the end of time. He recorded these visions in the form of cryptic prophecies and left them with the Pope. The prophecies then supposedly disappeared from history until they were rediscovered in the 16th century and published by a Benedictine monk. This narrative is compelling and contains all the elements of a genuine historical discovery, a lost document, a miraculous vision, a hidden manuscript rediscovered centuries later. However, historical scholarship has largely concluded that this narrative is false. Historical scholarship suggests that the prophecies were actually composed in the 16th century, not by St. Malachy in the 12th century. A Benedictine monk named Arnold de Wyon appears to have created them, possibly as political commentary on contemporary popes. De Wyon lived during a period of significant church turmoil. The Protestant Reformation was challenging papal authority, and the Church was undergoing significant internal reform. De Wyon may have created the prophecies as a way of commenting on contemporary popes and the challenges facing the Church. The prophecies that describe popes up to De Wyon's time are remarkably accurate. They contain specific details that could only have been known after the fact. However, the prophecies become increasingly vague as they approach De Wyon's era and beyond, suggesting that De Wyon had specific knowledge of earlier popes, but was speculating about future ones. The evidence for this scholarly conclusion is substantial. Linguistic analysis of the prophecies reveals language patterns consistent with 16th century Latin rather than 12th century Latin. The prophecies contain references to historical events that occurred centuries after Malachy's time, yet they are phrased as if they were written before these events. The prophecies were not mentioned in any church documents prior to their publication in the 16th century, despite the fact that such an important document would presumably have been carefully preserved and referenced. If the prophecies had existed since the 12th century and had been left with the Pope, they would certainly have been mentioned in papal records and church documents. The absence of any reference to the prophecies before the 16th century is strong evidence that they did not exist before that time. However, Vatican documents suggest that church leadership has long understood the prophecies' questionable authenticity while choosing not to publicly declare this conclusion. This diplomatic vagueness is itself revealing. If the Church believed the prophecies were fraudulent, it could simply declare them so. Instead, the Vatican maintains ambiguity. The archives contain extensive documentation analyzing the prophecies' authenticity and implications. These materials show that church theologians and historians have examined the prophecies carefully and have reached conclusions about their origins. Yet the Church has chosen not to make these conclusions public. Why would the Church maintain this ambiguity about a document that scholarship has largely debunked? One possibility is that the prophecies, despite their dubious origins, serve a useful function within Catholic culture. They provide a sense of historical continuity and divine guidance. Catholics who believe in the prophecies feel that they possess secret knowledge about the Church's future. The prophecies create a sense that the Church's history is divinely guided and that even challenges and crises are part of a larger divine plan. This can be spiritually comforting. Additionally, the prophecies have become deeply embedded in Catholic tradition and popular belief. Many Catholics are aware of the prophecies and find them meaningful. Definitively debunking them might undermine broader claims about church authority and divine providence. If the Church admits that the prophecies are fraudulent, it raises questions about what other traditions might also be based on false historical claims. The Vatican's archives contain correspondence between popes and theologians discussing how to manage the prophecies' public perception. Some documents suggest that certain church officials have actively discouraged scholarly investigation into the prophecies' origins, preferring to let ambiguity persist. This represents a form of institutional management of historical narrative, neither fully endorsing nor rejecting a tradition that serves institutional interests. Church officials appear to have understood that the prophecies were likely fraudulent. Yet they also understood that maintaining ambiguity about their authenticity served church interests better than either full endorsement or definitive debunking. Consider the implications of this strategy. If the Church had definitively declared the prophecies fraudulent in the 16th century when they were first published, it would have prevented centuries of popular belief in them. Catholics would not have invested emotional and spiritual energy in interpreting the prophecies and applying them to contemporary popes. However, by maintaining ambiguity, the Church allowed the prophecies to become embedded in Catholic culture. Now, centuries later, the prophecies have become part of Catholic tradition. Many Catholics believe in them, and many non-Catholics are aware of them. The prophecies have become culturally significant in ways that go far beyond their historical authenticity. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for researchers examining Vatican materials on this topic. What emerged from gradually released documents was evidence that church officials had actively managed the prophecies' public reception. When the prophecies were first published in the 16th century, church officials could have immediately declared them fraudulent. Instead, they allowed them to circulate. Over subsequent centuries, as the prophecies became more embedded in Catholic culture, church officials continued to maintain ambiguity. When scholars began investigating the prophecies' origins in the 19th and 20th centuries, some church officials discouraged further research. Vatican documents show that certain church officials viewed scholarly investigation into the prophecies' origins as potentially damaging to church interests. Rather than encouraging historical truth-seeking, these officials preferred to let the prophecies remain mysterious. This approach represents a sophisticated form of institutional management. The Church is not explicitly lying about the prophecies, it is simply refusing to clarify their status. By maintaining ambiguity, the Church allows different groups to interpret the prophecies according to their own preferences. Those who believe in them can continue to do so. Those who are skeptical can dismiss them as unimportant. The Church itself can claim that it has never officially endorsed the prophecies, while also benefiting from the spiritual comfort and sense of divine guidance that belief in the prophecies provides to many Catholics. This represents a form of institutional pragmatism. The Church prioritizes the practical benefits of maintaining ambiguity over the principle of historical clarity. The question of how many popes the prophecies describe is itself revealing. The prophecies list approximately 112 popes. If we count from the time of Malachy to the present day, we find that we have passed through approximately 112 popes. This means that according to the prophecies, we are now at or near the final pope, the one who will preside over the destruction of Rome and the end of the Church. This creates a sense of urgency and apocalyptic significance. The current pope, or one of the next few popes, might be the final one described in the prophecies. This apocalyptic dimension adds to the prophecies' cultural power. People are drawn to them because they seem to suggest that we are living in the end, times that history is approaching its culmination. However, this calculation depends on exactly which popes we count and how we interpret the prophecies. Different scholars have made different calculations, leading to different conclusions about which pope corresponds to which prophecy. Some argue that we have already passed the final pope described in the prophecies. Others argue that we are currently at the final pope. Still others argue that the prophecies are too vague to allow for precise calculation. The ambiguity inherent in the prophecies allows for multiple interpretations, which itself serves the Church's interests. If the prophecies were precise and unambiguous, they could be definitively proven false. The vagueness allows them to remain perpetually open to interpretation. The Vatican's handling of the prophecies of Saint Malachy illustrates how religious institutions manage traditions that are historically questionable but culturally significant. The Church's careful ambiguity suggests sophisticated understanding of how narrative and belief function in maintaining institutional authority. The Church recognizes that historical truth is not always the same as institutional utility. A tradition that is historically false might still serve institutional purposes by providing spiritual comfort, creating a sense of divine guidance, or strengthening community identity. The Church has chosen to prioritize these institutional benefits over the principle of historical clarity. This raises important questions about the relationship between truth and institutional authority. Should religious institutions prioritize historical accuracy, or should they prioritize the spiritual and social benefits that traditions provide, even if those traditions are historically questionable? Different people will answer this question differently. Some will argue that the Church has a moral obligation to be truthful about its own history and traditions. Others will argue that if a tradition serves beneficial purposes, maintaining it might be justified, even if it is historically false. The Vatican's approach to the prophecies suggests that Church leadership has chosen the latter position, that institutional utility sometimes outweighs historical accuracy. The prophecies also reveal something about how religious institutions manage apocalyptic expectations. Many religions contain apocalyptic traditions, expectations that the world will end or that history will culminate in some final event. These traditions can be spiritually powerful, but they can also be destabilizing if believers become convinced that the end is imminent. The Church's ambiguous approach to the prophecies allows it to benefit from the spiritual power of apocalyptic expectation. while avoiding the destabilizing effects of definitive, apocalyptic claims. The Church neither confirms nor denies that we are in the end times. It simply maintains that the prophecies exist and remain mysterious. This allows believers to maintain apocalyptic expectations without the Church having to make definitive claims about when the end will come. The Vatican's approach to the prophecies demonstrates how religious institutions navigate the tension between historical truth and institutional utility. The Church's careful management of the prophecies' public perception suggests that Church leadership understands this tension and has made deliberate choices about how to manage it. The Church is not unique in this regard. Many institutions manage their historical narratives in ways that serve institutional interests. However, the Church's particular approach to the prophecies is notable because it involves maintaining ambiguity rather than either fully endorsing or definitively rejecting a tradition. This represents a sophisticated form of institutional management that allows the Church to benefit from the prophecies while avoiding the risks that would come from either full endorsement or definitive debunking. As we continue our exploration of the Vatican's relationship with historical truth, we will examine another moment when the Church's official narrative diverged sharply from documentary reality, a moment involving not prophecy or finance, but the fundamental question of whether a woman ever held the highest office in the Church itself. Pope Joan, the female pontiff, and institutional memory. The Church's management of the prophecies of Saint Malachy reveals how religious institutions maintain ambiguity about traditions that serve institutional purposes, despite being historically questionable. Yet the Church's relationship with historical narrative becomes even more complex when we examine a legend that the Vatican has not merely managed ambiguously, but has actively and vehemently denied. The legend of Pope Joan, a woman who allegedly served as pope in the 9th century, has captivated historians and theologians for centuries, and the Vatican's determined efforts to suppress and discredit this legend reveal something profound about how institutions manage narratives that threaten their foundational claims. According to the tradition, Joan disguised herself as a man, rose through church ranks through intelligence and dedication, and was eventually elected pope. Her papacy allegedly ended when she became pregnant, and gave birth during a papal procession through Rome, revealing her true identity to the assembled crowd. She was supposedly executed for this deception, either by the mob that discovered her or by church authorities. For centuries, this story was accepted as historical fact. Medieval chronicles included accounts of Pope Joan, and the legend appeared in respected historical texts. Yet the Vatican has consistently and vehemently denied that any female pope ever existed. The Church's denial has become more emphatic over time, suggesting that the legend poses a particular threat to institutional narratives about papal authority and the male-only priesthood. The legend of Pope Joan first appeared in written form in the 13th century, more than 400 years after the alleged events. A Dominican friar named Jean de Mailly included an account of Pope Joan in his chronicle, describing her as a woman of remarkable learning who had disguised herself as a man and risen to the papacy. The account was brief and lacked specific details about dates or circumstances. However, the legend spread throughout medieval Europe. Other chroniclers incorporated the story into their histories. By the 15th century, the legend of Pope Joan had become widely known and was included in numerous historical works. Medieval Europeans appeared to find the story plausible. The legend persisted in European consciousness for centuries, appearing in chronicles, theological works, and popular literature. It was not until the Renaissance that scholars began to seriously question the legend's historical accuracy. Historical scholarship has largely concluded that Pope Joan was indeed legendary, rather than historical. No contemporary records document her existence. If a female pope had served in the 9th century, contemporary church documents, papal records, and historical chronicles would certainly have mentioned such an extraordinary event. The absence of any contemporary documentation is strong evidence that Pope Joan never actually served as pope. Additionally, the legend appears to have emerged in the 12th century, centuries after the alleged events. The earliest accounts of Pope Joan contain inconsistencies and lack specific details that would be expected in historical documentation. Different versions of the legend provide different names, different dates, and different circumstances surrounding her alleged papacy. This variation is characteristic of legendary material that has been transmitted orally and then written down rather than historical documentation based on contemporary records. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for historians examining this material. What emerged from analysis of the legend's development was evidence that the story served particular purposes within medieval Christian culture. The legend of Pope Joan addressed anxieties about female authority and power. Medieval Christianity was deeply patriarchal, with women excluded from positions of authority within the Church. Yet the legend of Pope Joan suggested that a woman could, through intelligence and determination, rise to the highest position in the Church. This possibility was both attractive and threatening to medieval Europeans. For some, the legend represented a fantasy of female empowerment. For others, it represented a cautionary tale about the dangers of female deception and the importance of male authority. The legend's persistence suggests that medieval Europeans found it psychologically resonant, even if they did not believe it to be historically accurate. Vatican archives contain extensive documentation of the Church's efforts to suppress and discredit the Pope Joan legend. These documents reveal a systematic campaign that began in the Renaissance and intensified over subsequent centuries. Church officials worked to remove references to Pope Joan from historical records. When medieval chronicles containing accounts of Pope Joan were copied, church scribes sometimes altered or removed the references. Church officials discouraged scholars from taking the legend seriously. When historians published works discussing Pope Joan, church authorities sometimes attempted to suppress or discredit these works. The Vatican established alternative historical narratives that excluded any possibility of female papal authority. Church historians produced works arguing that the legend was false and that no female pope had ever existed. These works were promoted by the Church and became the dominant narrative within Catholic scholarship. The Church's campaign against the Pope Joan legend intensified during the Protestant Reformation and the subsequent Counter-Reformation. During this period, the Church was defending its authority against Protestant challenges. The idea that a woman might have served as pope was particularly threatening during this era because it undermined claims about the continuity and reliability of papal succession. If a woman could have served as pope without anyone noticing, what did that say about the reliability of papal records and church authority? The Church needed to establish a clear, unbroken line of male popes stretching back to St. Peter. The Pope Joan legend threatened this narrative. Therefore, church officials invested considerable effort in discrediting the legend and establishing that it was historically false. Vatican documents show that church officials understood the legend's cultural resonance and recognized that acknowledging even the possibility of female papal authority could undermine arguments against women's ordination and female leadership within the Church. This is particularly significant. The Church's denial of the Pope Joan legend was not merely about historical accuracy. It was about maintaining theological positions regarding women's roles within the Church. If a woman had once served as pope, it would be difficult to argue that women were inherently unsuitable for positions of church authority. The legend threatened the theological foundations upon which the Church's exclusion of women from priesthood rested. Therefore, the Church had strong institutional incentives to deny the legend and to establish that it was false. The suppression of the Pope Joan legend represents institutional management of historical narrative to serve contemporary theological positions. The Church was not primarily concerned with historical truth. It was concerned with maintaining institutional authority and theological consistency. By denying the legend and establishing that no female pope had ever existed, the Church reinforced its position that women were unsuitable for the highest offices in the Church. The legend's suppression was thus not merely a historical matter, it was a theological and political matter. The Church used its institutional power to shape historical narrative in ways that supported its contemporary theological positions. Consider the implications of this institutional strategy. If the Church had acknowledged the Pope Joan legend as a genuine historical possibility, even while concluding that it was ultimately false, it would have opened space for discussion about female authority within the Church. The Church could have argued that while a female pope might theoretically have been possible in the past, contemporary Church theology and practice excluded women from priesthood. Instead, the Church chose to deny the legend entirely. This more absolutist position left no room for nuance or discussion. The Church's position became no female pope ever existed, and therefore the question of female papal authority is not even a legitimate historical question. The Vatican's treatment of the Pope Joan legend reveals something important about how institutions manage historical narratives. Institutions do not simply discover historical truth. They actively construct historical narratives that serve institutional interests. The Church did not passively accept or reject the Pope Joan legend based on historical evidence. Rather, the Church actively worked to suppress the legend and to establish alternative narratives that served Church interests. This represents a form of institutional power, the power to shape what counts as historical truth and what narratives are considered legitimate. The Pope Joan legend and the Vatican's response to it reveal how institutions manage historical narratives to support present-day authority structures. The Church's determination to deny a legend that medieval Europe found credible suggests deep concern about how alternative historical narratives might challenge contemporary institutional claims. If women had once held the highest office in the Church, what would that mean for contemporary arguments about women's unsuitability for priesthood? The Church's vigorous denial of the legend suggests that Church leadership understood this threat. By denying the legend and establishing that it was false, the Church attempted to foreclose this line of questioning. What is historically significant is not whether Pope Joan actually existed. The scholarly consensus is that she did not. Rather, what is significant is why the Vatican invested such effort in suppressing the legend, and why the Church continues to deny it so adamantly. The legend's persistence across centuries suggests that it addressed genuine anxieties and possibilities within medieval Christian culture. The legend was plausible to medieval Europeans, perhaps because women did hold significant power within the Church during certain periods. Abbesses, for instance, held considerable authority within monastic communities. Some women wielded significant political and religious influence. The legend of Pope Joan may have represented an extrapolation of these possibilities, an imagining of how far a talented woman might rise if she had access to the highest levels of Church hierarchy. Vatican documents show that Church officials understood the legend's cultural resonance and recognized that acknowledging even the possibility of female papal authority could undermine arguments against women's ordination and female leadership within the Church. This understanding is evident in the Church's vigorous response to the legend. The Church did not simply dismiss the legend as obviously false. Rather, the Church invested considerable institutional resources in discrediting it. This suggests that Church officials took the legend seriously as a potential threat to Church authority and theological consistency. The Church's response reveals institutional anxiety about female authority and institutional concern about how historical narratives might undermine contemporary theological positions. The Pope Joan legend also reveals something about medieval attitudes toward gender and authority. The fact that medieval Europeans found the legend plausible suggests that they could imagine a woman holding the highest office in the Church, even if they ultimately believed this had not occurred. This imaginative possibility suggests that medieval attitudes toward female authority were more complex and less uniformly restrictive than we might assume. The legend may have represented a kind of fantasy, a space where medieval Europeans could imagine alternative possibilities for female authority. The Church's vigorous suppression of this legend may have represented an attempt to foreclose this imaginative space and to establish that female authority in the Church was not merely impractical or undesirable, but historically impossible. The Vatican's handling of the Pope Joan legend demonstrates how religious institutions use historical narrative to maintain contemporary authority structures. By denying the legend and establishing that no female pope had ever existed, the Church reinforced its position that women were unsuitable for positions of Church authority. The Church's institutional power allowed it to shape historical narrative in ways that served its contemporary interests. This represents a form of institutional control that extends beyond the management of documents or the restriction of information. It represents the active construction of historical narratives that support institutional authority. As we continue our exploration of the Vatican's relationship with historical truth, we will examine another dimension of institutional narrative management, the Church's engagement with questions that extend beyond human history into the realm of the cosmic and the extraterrestrial. Exorcism, records, and the supernatural. The Church's suppression of the Pope Joan legend reveals how institutions manage narratives about authority and power. Yet the Church's relationship with historical truth extends into another realm, entirely the realm of the supernatural, the demonic, and the boundaries between spiritual and psychological phenomena. The Vatican maintains extensive records on exorcism cases dating back centuries. These documents are held in restricted sections of the archives and are rarely made available to researchers. What little has been revealed through leaked materials and limited scholarly access suggests a complex institutional relationship with the supernatural and mental illness, a relationship marked by tension between theological claims and medical understanding. The Church's official position is that demonic possession is a genuine phenomenon, though rare. The Vatican trains exorcists and maintains protocols for evaluating possession claims. However, Vatican documents suggest that Church leadership has long grappled with distinguishing between genuine possession and mental illness, a distinction that has become increasingly difficult as psychological understanding has advanced. Understanding what these exorcism records reveal becomes essential to understanding how the Church navigates the intersection of faith and science, theology, and medicine. In the medieval period, the Church attributed many phenomena to demonic possession that modern medicine would recognize as epilepsy, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or other neurological and psychiatric conditions. Medieval Europeans lacked the medical knowledge to distinguish between seizures and demonic possession, between hallucinations and genuine supernatural phenomena. When individuals experienced convulsions, spoke in unusual ways, or exhibited behavior that seemed incomprehensible, the Church interpreted these phenomena through a theological lens. The individual was possessed by demons, and exorcism was the appropriate response. Vatican records from this era document exorcisms performed on individuals who were almost certainly suffering from treatable medical conditions. The records describe individuals who were restrained, subjected to religious rituals, sometimes physically harmed in the process of attempting to expel demons. These individuals received no medical treatment, no psychological support, no attempt to understand their conditions through a naturalistic framework. Instead, they were subjected to religious rituals designed to cast out demons. Consider what these exorcism records reveal about the Church's understanding of human suffering. The Church possessed no framework for understanding mental illness as a medical condition. When individuals suffered from what we now recognize as psychiatric disorders, the Church's response was to interpret their suffering as spiritual in nature. This interpretation had profound consequences. Individuals who might have benefited from less medical care or psychological support instead received exorcisms. Some were physically harmed in the process. Some were executed if they were deemed to be possessed by particularly powerful demons, or if they were suspected of witchcraft. The exorcism records thus document not merely religious practice, but a form of institutional harm inflicted by the Church on vulnerable individuals who were suffering from treatable conditions. As medical science advanced during the Renaissance and early modern period, the Church faced a dilemma: continue attributing psychological phenomena to demonic possession, or acknowledge that many possessed individuals were actually mentally ill. This was not merely a theoretical question. It had practical implications for how the Church responded to individuals exhibiting unusual behavior. Vatican documents from the 18th and 19th centuries show internal debate about this question. Some Church officials advocated for greater skepticism toward possession claims and recommended medical evaluation before exorcism. These officials recognized that medical science was advancing and that many conditions previously attributed to demonic possession had natural explanations. They argued that the Church should adapt its understanding of possession in light of medical knowledge. Other Church officials resisted this shift, arguing that acknowledging natural explanations for possession claims would undermine the Church's authority over the supernatural realm. If the Church admitted that many possession cases had natural explanations, what would that mean for the Church's claim to authority over spiritual matters? These officials worried that accepting medical explanations for possession would erode the Church's spiritual authority. The Church ultimately adopted a middle path. It acknowledged that some possession claims might have natural explanations, while maintaining that genuine demonic possession remained possible. However, the criteria for distinguishing between the two remained vague and subjective. The Church never developed clear protocols for determining when a condition was demonic possession versus mental illness. Instead, the Church maintained that both were possible and that discernment was a matter of spiritual judgment. This ambiguity had significant consequences. Individuals continued to be subjected to exorcisms even as medical understanding of psychiatric conditions advanced. Some individuals who might have benefited from psychiatric treatment instead received religious rituals. The Church's refusal to clearly distinguish between possession and mental illness meant that individuals continued to suffer from lack of appropriate medical care. Modern exorcism records in the Vatican Archives reveal that the Church continues to perform exorcisms, though the frequency and circumstances remain poorly documented. Leaked materials suggest that the Vatican has become more cautious about exorcism cases, perhaps recognizing that public exorcisms can appear medieval and undermine the Church's credibility. The Church is aware that in contemporary society, exorcism is often viewed with skepticism or even ridicule. Public exorcisms can generate negative media attention and can make the Church appear out of touch with modern medical understanding. Therefore, the Vatican has apparently moved toward a more cautious approach to exorcism. The Church continues to maintain that demonic possession is possible, and it continues to train exorcists. However, the Church appears to have become more selective about which cases it treats as genuine possession, and more careful about how exorcisms are conducted and publicized. The archives contain case files of individuals who underwent exorcism, though access to these materials is extremely restricted. What limited information has emerged suggests that many exorcism cases involved individuals with treatable psychiatric conditions who might have benefited from medical intervention rather than religious ritual. In some documented cases, individuals underwent exorcism for conditions that contemporary psychiatry would recognize as schizophrenia bipolar disorder, or severe depression. These individuals exhibited symptoms that the Church interpreted as demonic possession, hearing voices, experiencing delusions, exhibiting unusual behavior. Rather than receiving psychiatric evaluation and treatment, they received exorcisms. Some of these individuals eventually received medical treatment and recovered. Others suffered prolonged psychological distress as a result of being subjected to exorcism rituals. One particularly revealing aspect of the exorcism records involves the Church's approach to diagnosis. The Church developed criteria for determining whether an individual was genuinely possessed. These criteria included speaking in languages the individual had never learned, exhibiting knowledge of hidden things, displaying aversion to sacred objects, and exhibiting unusual physical strength. However, these criteria are problematic from a medical perspective. Speaking in unknown languages can be a symptom of certain psychiatric conditions. Individuals experiencing delusions might claim knowledge of hidden things. Aversion to religious objects might reflect trauma or psychiatric symptoms rather than demonic possession. Unusual physical strength can result from psychiatric conditions that affect the nervous system. The Church's diagnostic criteria were based on theological assumptions rather than medical understanding. They conflated symptoms of psychiatric illness with evidence of demonic possession. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for researchers examining these materials. What emerged from analysis of exorcism records was evidence that the Church had sometimes recognized the possibility of natural explanations for possession claims, yet had proceeded with exorcisms anyway. Vatican documents show cases where Church officials noted that an individual's symptoms might have natural causes, yet recommended exorcism anyway. In some cases, the reasoning appears to have been that exorcism could do no harm. If the individual was not possessed, the exorcism would simply fail to produce results. However, this reasoning ignored the psychological harm that exorcism could inflict on vulnerable individuals. Being subjected to exorcism rituals can be traumatic. It can reinforce delusions or create new psychological distress. The Church's willingness to perform exorcisms despite recognizing the possibility of natural explanations suggests that institutional considerations sometimes took precedence over concern for individual welfare. The question of why the Church maintains exorcism as a practice is revealing. From a theological perspective, the Church maintains that demonic possession is a genuine phenomenon and that exorcism is an appropriate response to possession. However, from a medical perspective, there is no scientific evidence for demonic possession. Conditions previously attributed to possession are now understood as psychiatric or neurological disorders. Yet the Church continues to maintain that possession is possible and continues to train exorcists. This suggests that exorcism serves purposes beyond addressing genuine demonic possession. Exorcism affirms the Church's claim to authority over the supernatural realm. It demonstrates the Church's spiritual power. It provides a framework for understanding and responding to human suffering that is consistent with theological worldview. These institutional and theological purposes might explain why the Church continues to maintain exorcism as a practice despite the lack of medical evidence for demonic possession. Vatican exorcism records represent the Church's ongoing struggle to maintain authority over the supernatural while accommodating scientific understanding of mental illness. The restricted access to these materials suggests institutional concern about how transparency regarding exorcism practices might affect the Church's contemporary credibility. The Church understands that if the full extent of exorcism practices were publicly known, it could generate criticism and undermine the Church's credibility. Individuals who underwent exorcism for psychiatric conditions might come forward with accounts of their experiences. Medical professionals might criticize the Church for promoting exorcism as a treatment for conditions that have medical causes. The Church's restriction of exorcism records represents an attempt to manage the public narrative about exorcism practices and to prevent information that could undermine the Church's authority. This pattern restricting access to materials that document potentially harmful practices recurs throughout the Vatican archives. The Church restricts access to materials that would reveal institutional wrongdoing, institutional error, or institutional practices that conflict with contemporary medical or ethical standards. The exorcism records are restricted. The Inquisition records are restricted. Financial records are restricted. The pattern suggests that the Church has significant institutional incentive to limit public knowledge of its practices and history. The Church is concerned about how transparency might affect its credibility and authority. The exorcism records also reveal something important about how institutions respond when scientific understanding contradicts theological claims. The Church faced a choice: acknowledge that psychiatric conditions have natural causes and adjust its theology accordingly, or maintain that demonic possession is possible despite medical evidence suggesting otherwise. The Church chose a middle path, acknowledging that some conditions might have natural causes while maintaining that genuine possession remains possible. This middle path allows the Church to claim consistency with medical science while maintaining its theological claims. However, it also means that the Church continues to perform exorcisms on individuals who are likely suffering from psychiatric conditions. The Church's approach prioritizes theological consistency over individual welfare. Vatican exorcism records represent the Church's ongoing struggle to maintain authority over the supernatural while accommodating scientific understanding of mental illness. The restricted access to these materials suggests institutional concern about how transparency regarding exorcism practices might affect the Church's contemporary credibility. Understanding what these records reveal becomes essential to understanding how religious institutions navigate the intersection of faith and science, theology, and medicine. The Church's approach to exorcism suggests that when institutional authority is at stake, religious institutions may prioritize that authority over accommodation with scientific understanding. This raises important questions about the relationship between religious institutions and medical science, and about how vulnerable individuals are affected when institutions resist updating their practices in light of scientific evidence. As we move forward, we will examine another realm where the Church has engaged with questions that extend far beyond human history and human experience, the realm of the cosmic and the extraterrestrial. The alien question, UFOs and Vatican theology. The Church's approach to exorcism reveals how religious institutions navigate the tension between theological claims and scientific understanding. Yet the Vatican's engagement with questions about the nature of reality extends far beyond the boundaries of Earth itself. In recent decades, the Vatican has taken an unusual interest in the question of extraterrestrial life. The Church maintains the Vatican Observatory, one of the oldest astronomical research institutions in the world, and has employed prominent astronomers to consider theological implications of potential alien life. This institutional investment raises intriguing questions. What does the Vatican know about extraterrestrial phenomena? And why has the Church invested significant resources in studying the possibility of life beyond Earth? The answers reveal something profound about how religious institutions prepare for challenges to their foundational claims and how they anticipate discoveries that could fundamentally alter humanity's understanding of its place in creation. The Vatican Observatory was established in 1891 by Pope Leo XIII. The Pope recognized that the Church needed to engage seriously with astronomical science rather than resist it. The observatory was initially located within Vatican City, though it later relocated to Castel Gandolfo, the Pope's summer residence outside Rome. The observatory has employed professional astronomers throughout its history and has contributed to legitimate astronomical research. The Church's establishment of the observatory represented an institutional acknowledgement that the Church needed to maintain credibility in scientific matters. By supporting astronomical research, the Church demonstrated that it was not opposed to science, but rather engaged with it. This institutional positioning became increasingly important as scientific understanding advanced, and as the Church sought to maintain its authority in an increasingly secular world. Throughout the 20th century, the Vatican Observatory conducted research on various astronomical questions. However, beginning in the latter decades of the century, the observatory's work increasingly focused on questions related to extraterrestrial life. The Church began employing astronomers, specifically to consider the theological implications of discovering life beyond Earth. Vatican documents and statements suggest that Church leadership recognizes that the discovery of extraterrestrial life would have profound theological implications. If intelligent life exists elsewhere in the universe, fundamental Christian theology would require re-examination. Christianity teaches that humanity was created in God's image, and that Christ's incarnation and redemption were central to God's plan for creation. If intelligent extraterrestrial life exists, these theological claims become more complex. Would extraterrestrial beings also be created in God's image? Would Christ's redemption extend to them? Would they have their own religious traditions? These questions pose genuine theological challenges to Christian doctrine. The Church's official position, articulated by various Vatican officials and astronomers, is that the existence of extraterrestrial life would not contradict Christian doctrine. God's creation could encompass multiple worlds with intelligent beings. The Church's theology is sufficiently flexible to accommodate extraterrestrial life. This official position represents a form of theological preparation. The Church is positioning itself to accept the discovery of extraterrestrial life without experiencing a theological crisis. However, Vatican documents suggest that this theological position was not arrived at casually. The Church engaged in serious deliberation about how to address the extraterrestrial question, recognizing that public anxiety about alien life could undermine religious faith. The Church understood that many people find the idea of extraterrestrial life threatening to their religious worldview. If God created humanity as the pinnacle of creation, what does it mean if intelligent life exists elsewhere? The Church's task was to develop theological frameworks that could accommodate extraterrestrial life while maintaining the core claims of Christian theology. In 2008, Vatican astronomer Guy Consolmagno made a public statement that belief in extraterrestrial life was compatible with Catholic theology. Consolmagno, a Jesuit priest and astronomer, stated that the existence of intelligent extraterrestrial life would not contradict Catholic doctrine. He argued that God's creation was vast enough to encompass multiple worlds with intelligent beings. This statement appeared to represent official Church position, yet it emerged only after decades of internal discussion. Vatican documents and correspondence between Church officials and astronomers reveal that the Church was preparing theological frameworks for the possibility of extraterrestrial contact long before Consolmagno's public statement. The Church had been thinking about this question seriously for decades, developing theological arguments and preparing the Catholic faithful for the possibility that extraterrestrial life might be discovered. The question of why the Church invested such resources in preparing for the possibility of extraterrestrial contact is revealing. One possibility is that the Church was genuinely concerned about the theological implications of such a discovery and wanted to be prepared. Another possibility is that the Church possessed information about extraterrestrial phenomena that was not publicly known. Some researchers have speculated that the Vatican's interest in extraterrestrial life extends beyond theological abstraction. Conspiracy theories suggest that the Vatican possesses classified information about UFO sightings or alien contact. While these theories lack credible evidence, the Vatican's unusual institutional investment in extraterrestrial questions does raise legitimate historical curiosity. Why would the Church invest such resources in preparing theological frameworks for discovery that might never occur? The Church's actions suggest that Church leadership believed the discovery of extraterrestrial life was sufficiently likely to warrant serious theological preparation. Vatican documents related to the extraterrestrial question remain largely restricted. The Church has not made public the full extent of its internal discussions about extraterrestrial life or the theological frameworks it has developed. This restriction is itself revealing. If the Church's position on extraterrestrial life is simply that it would not contradict Christian doctrine, why would internal documents discussing this question be restricted? The restriction suggests that the Church's internal discussions may have been more complex or more revealing than the official public position. The Church may have grappled with questions about how to manage public reaction to the discovery of extraterrestrial life, how to maintain religious faith in the face of such a discovery, or how to address theological implications that go beyond the simple assertion that extraterrestrial life would not contradict Christian doctrine. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for researchers examining Vatican materials on this topic. What emerged from limited access to Vatican documents was evidence that Church officials had discussed the possibility of extraterrestrial contact with considerable seriousness. Vatican documents show that Church officials recognized that the discovery of extraterrestrial life could have profound implications for religious faith and religious authority. The Church understood that many people find their religious faith challenged by the idea of extraterrestrial life. The Church's task was not merely to develop theological arguments that extraterrestrial life would not contradict Christian doctrine, but to develop strategies for managing public reaction to such a discovery. The Church needed to prepare the Catholic faithful for the possibility that extraterrestrial life might be discovered, to help them understand how such a discovery could be accommodated within Christian theology, and to maintain the Church's authority in the face of this potentially destabilizing discovery. The Church's careful theological positioning on the extraterrestrial question suggests institutional recognition that this topic carries significant implications for religious authority and faith. The Vatican's approach has been to develop theological frameworks that accommodate extraterrestrial life while maintaining Christian doctrine's fundamental claims. This represents sophisticated institutional management of a potentially destabilizing question. The Church is not waiting for the discovery of extraterrestrial life to develop theological responses. Rather, the Church is proactively developing theological frameworks that can accommodate such a discovery. This approach allows the Church to maintain its authority and credibility, even if extraterrestrial life is discovered. The Church can argue that it had already anticipated this possibility and had developed theological frameworks to accommodate it. The question of whether the Vatican possesses information about extraterrestrial phenomena that is not publicly known remains speculative. There is no credible evidence that the Vatican has classified information about UFO sightings or alien contact. However, the Vatican's institutional investment in extraterrestrial theology does suggest that Church leadership takes the possibility of extraterrestrial life seriously. The Church may have access to scientific information about the likelihood of extraterrestrial life that informs its theological preparation. As astronomical science has advanced, the scientific consensus has increasingly moved toward the view that extraterrestrial life is likely to exist somewhere in the universe. The sheer scale of the universe, with billions of galaxies, each containing billions of stars, makes it statistically improbable that Earth is the only place where life has emerged. The Church may have recognized this scientific consensus and may have decided to prepare theologically for the likely discovery of extraterrestrial life. The Vatican's engagement with extraterrestrial theology also reveals something about how religious institutions understand their own authority. The Church is not threatened by the possibility of extraterrestrial life. Rather, the Church is preparing to accommodate this discovery within its theological framework. This suggests that the Church understands its authority to be flexible enough to encompass new discoveries and new understandings of creation. The Church's theology is not rigidly tied to a particular understanding of the universe. Rather, the Church can adapt its theology as human understanding of the universe changes. This represents a form of institutional flexibility that allows the Church to maintain its authority even as the world changes around it. The Vatican's engagement with extraterrestrial theology reveals how religious institutions anticipate and prepare for challenges to their foundational claims. The Church's careful positioning on the alien question suggests recognition that future discoveries could fundamentally alter humanity's understanding of its place in creation. The Church is not waiting passively for such discoveries. Rather, the Church is actively preparing theological frameworks that can accommodate them. This proactive approach allows the Church to maintain its authority and credibility, even in the face of potentially destabilizing discoveries. The Church understands that religious authority depends not merely on the truth of theological claims, but on the Church's ability to maintain those claims as circumstances change. By preparing theological frameworks for the discovery of extraterrestrial life, the Church is ensuring that it can maintain its authority even if humanity's understanding of creation is fundamentally altered. As we move forward in our exploration of the Vatican's relationship with knowledge and authority, we will examine how the Church manages its archives and how it decides what aspects of its history should be revealed and what should remain hidden. The Reformation's hidden debates, reform from within. The Vatican's preparation for the possibility of extraterrestrial life reveals how religious institutions anticipate challenges to their foundational claims. Yet the Church's relationship with reform and change is far more complex than simple preparation for external challenges. The Protestant Reformation forced the Catholic Church to confront fundamental questions about its structure, theology, and practices. The Vatican's response was the Counter-Reformation, a comprehensive institutional reform designed to address some Protestant criticisms while maintaining core Church authority. However, Vatican documents reveal that internal reform movements existed within the Church itself, movements that were often suppressed or marginalized by Church leadership. These hidden debates within the Church illuminate something crucial about how institutions manage change. They often resist the very reforms that might have prevented the crises they face. In the 16th and 17th centuries, certain Catholic theologians and bishops advocated for reforms that went beyond what the official Counter-Reformation permitted. These internal reformers recognized that some Protestant criticisms had merit, and that the Church needed more substantial changes than Church leadership was willing to implement. Vatican archives contain correspondence between these reformers and Church officials, revealing tensions between those who wanted deeper institutional change and those who sought to preserve traditional structures of authority. The Council of Trent, convened in 1545, represented the Church's official response to the Protestant Reformation. The Council met intermittently over nearly 2 decades, finally concluding in 1563. The Council addressed numerous issues raised by Protestant critics. It clarified Church doctrine on salvation, the sacraments, and papal authority. It implemented reforms regarding clerical education and conduct. It addressed some abuses in the indulgent system. The Council of Trent is typically presented as the Church's comprehensive response to the Reformation, a thorough institutional reform that addressed the problems the Protestants had identified. However, Vatican documents reveal that the Council of Trent represented a compromise between different factions within the Church. More radical reformers within the Church had advocated for changes that went far beyond what the Council ultimately implemented. The Council's decisions reflected the victory of those who sought to preserve traditional church authority over those who sought more fundamental institutional change. One particularly significant reform movement involved questions about clerical celibacy. Some church officials argued that allowing priests to marry would address recruitment problems and reduce certain abuses. The requirement of celibacy had created a class of unmarried clergy who sometimes engaged in sexual misconduct or maintained secret relationships. Celibacy also made the priesthood less attractive to potential candidates, contributing to recruitment difficulties. Some reformers argued that allowing priests to marry would address these problems. They pointed out that Protestant churches allowed clergy to marry, and that this did not undermine their spiritual authority or theological integrity. Vatican documents show that this debate was more serious and widespread than official church history typically acknowledges. Bishops and theologians corresponded about the possibility of relaxing the celibacy requirement. Some argued that celibacy should be optional rather than mandatory. Others argued that celibacy should be abolished entirely. The debate was not marginal. It involved significant church figures and reflected genuine institutional concern about the celibacy requirement. However, church leadership rejected proposals to relax or abolish celibacy. The Vatican viewed celibacy as essential to priestly identity and church authority. Celibacy distinguished Catholic priests from Protestant ministers. Celibacy represented the priest's total dedication to the Church and to God. Celibacy also had practical advantages for church authority. Unmarried priests had no family loyalties that might compete with their loyalty to the Church. Unmarried priests could not pass church property or authority to their sons, which helped maintain centralized church control. For these reasons, church leadership rejected reform proposals regarding celibacy. Vatican documents show that church officials acknowledged the problems created by celibacy, yet maintained that the benefits of celibacy outweighed the problems. The Church's decision to maintain celibacy, despite internal reform proposals, represents a choice to preserve institutional authority over addressing institutional problems. Another reform movement involved questions about lay participation in church governance. Some reformers advocated for greater involvement of non-clergy in decision-making processes. They argued that lay people had valuable perspectives, and that their involvement in church governance would strengthen the Church. They pointed out that lay people funded the Church through donations and tithes, and that they had legitimate interest in how church resources were used. Some reformers suggested that lay people should have representation in church councils or should participate in the selection of bishops. The Vatican rejected these proposals as threats to hierarchical church structure. The Church maintained that the priesthood possessed special spiritual authority that qualified them to make decisions about church matters. Lay people, no matter how educated or dedicated, lack this spiritual authority. Allowing lay people to participate in church governance would undermine the hierarchical structure upon which church authority rested. Vatican documents reveal that church leadership recognized these reform proposals as potentially destabilizing to institutional authority, even when they acknowledged the proposal's merit. This is a crucial point. Church officials did not simply dismiss reform proposals as theologically incorrect. Rather, church officials acknowledged that some reform proposals had merit, yet rejected them because they threatened institutional authority. This reveals something important about how institutions make decisions. Institutional preservation often takes precedence over addressing problems, even when leadership acknowledges those problems' legitimacy. The Church's response was to suppress internal reform movements while maintaining the appearance of institutional reform through the Counter-Reformation. This created a pattern that would repeat throughout church history. The Vatican would acknowledge problems, implement limited reforms, and suppress more radical internal reform movements that threatened institutional authority. The archives contain materials documenting how the Church identified and marginalized reform-minded bishops and theologians. Some were reassigned to less influential positions. Others faced subtle pressure to moderate their positions. This represents a sophisticated form of institutional control, not through overt suppression, but through careful management of careers and opportunities. A bishop who advocated for lay participation in church governance might find himself reassigned to a remote diocese where his influence would be limited. A theologian who published works advocating for clerical marriage might find it difficult to secure academic positions or to publish future works. The Church did not need to formally suppress these reformers. It could simply make their careers difficult and their influence limited. This form of institutional control is less visible than overt suppression, but it is often more effective because it does not create martyrs or generate sympathy for the suppressed reformers. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for historians examining these materials. What emerged from Vatican documents was evidence that certain church officials had recognized that implementing some internal reform proposals might have prevented the Reformation entirely. Vatican documents show discussions among church officials in which they acknowledged that had the Church implemented certain reforms earlier, the Protestant challenge might never have emerged. If the Church had addressed corruption in the indulgence system, if the Church had improved clerical education, if the Church had been more responsive to legitimate criticisms, the Reformation might have been prevented. Yet despite this recognition, Church leadership chose not to implement these reforms. The Church's choice to resist internal reform movements contributed to the very crisis that the Counter-Reformation was designed to address. This represents a profound institutional failure. The Church's resistance to internal reform contributed to the external crisis that forced the Church to reform. Consider the implications of this historical pattern. The Church possessed internal critics who understood the problems facing the institution and who proposed solutions. These internal reformers were not enemies of the Church. They were dedicated church members who wanted to strengthen the Church by addressing its problems. Yet the Church suppressed these internal reform movements because they threatened institutional authority. The Church's choice to suppress internal reformers rather than engage with their proposals contributed to the emergence of external reformers, the Protestants who challenged church authority more fundamentally. Had the Church engaged seriously with internal reform proposals, the Church might have reformed itself before external pressure forced reform upon it. Instead, the Church's institutional rigidity contributed to the very crisis it faced. This historical pattern illuminates something important about institutional behavior. Institutions often resist change until external pressure forces change upon them. Institutions are reluctant to implement reforms that might threaten existing power structures or institutional authority. Institutions prefer to maintain the status quo rather than to adapt to changing circumstances. This institutional conservatism can be adaptive in some contexts. It provides stability and continuity. However, it can also be maladaptive when circumstances change rapidly or when internal problems accumulate. The Church's experience during the Reformation suggests that institutional resistance to internal reform can contribute to institutional crisis. Had the Church been more responsive to internal reform movements, the Church might have avoided the Reformation entirely. Vatican documents also reveal that Church leadership was aware of this dynamic. Church officials understood that the resistance to internal reform was risky. They recognized that suppressing internal reformers might contribute to the emergence of external reformers. Yet despite this recognition, Church leadership chose to maintain institutional authority over addressing institutional problems. This suggests that Church leadership prioritized institutional authority over institutional survival. The Church was willing to risk a major crisis rather than implement reforms that might undermine its authority. This reveals something important about how institutions prioritize their goals. Institutional authority is often prioritized over institutional effectiveness or institutional survival. The Church's suppression of internal reform movements also reveals something about how institutions manage dissent. The Church did not simply dismiss internal reformers as wrong or heretical. Rather, the Church acknowledged that internal reformers raised legitimate questions, yet maintained that implementing their proposals would be too destabilizing. This represents a form of institutional paternalism. The Church's leadership claimed to understand what was best for the Church, better than the internal reformers themselves. Church leadership claimed that while internal reformers' concerns were legitimate, implementing their proposals would be too risky. This form of paternalistic dismissal of internal dissent is common in institutions. Leadership acknowledges that dissidents raise legitimate concerns, yet maintains that implementing their proposals would be too destabilizing. This allows leadership to dismiss dissent while appearing to take it seriously. Vatican documents on internal reform movements reveal how religious institutions manage internal dissent while maintaining the appearance of openness to change. The Church's suppression of radical reformers suggests that institutional preservation often takes precedence over substantive reform, even when leadership acknowledges problems' legitimacy. The Church maintained the appearance of openness to reform through the Council of Trent. Yet the Council implemented only limited reforms that did not threaten institutional authority. The Church acknowledged internal reform proposals, yet suppressed the reformers who advocated for them. This represents a sophisticated form of institutional management. The Church appeared to engage with reform, while actually resisting fundamental change. Understanding this historical pattern becomes essential to understanding how institutions function and how they respond to crises. Institutions often resist the very changes that might prevent crises, preferring to maintain authority over addressing problems. When crises eventually force change, institutions implement reforms, but often only after significant damage has occurred. The Church's experience during the Reformation exemplifies this pattern. As we move toward the conclusion of our exploration, we will examine how the Vatican's approach to its archives and its historical narrative reflects the patterns we have observed throughout this documentary. The archive's architecture, what the building itself reveals. The Church's resistance to internal reform reveals how institutions prioritize authority over addressing problems. Yet understanding institutional priorities requires examining not merely what the Church says or does, but the physical spaces where the Church preserves its history. The Vatican Secret Archives occupy a complex of buildings within Vatican City, with the main structure constructed in the 16th century and expanded substantially over subsequent centuries. The archive's physical architecture is itself historically revealing, as it reflects institutional priorities regarding information, preservation, security, and access control. The building itself tells a story about how the Church has managed knowledge and authority across centuries. By examining the archive's design, organization, and security measures, we can understand the Church's evolving concerns about information control and historical narrative management. The physical structure of the archives represents not merely a repository for documents, but an institutional mechanism for controlling what information is preserved, how it is organized, and who is permitted to access it. The original archive building was designed with security as a primary concern. This was constructed in the 16th century, during a period when the Church faced significant challenges to its authority. The building features thick walls constructed from stone and reinforced with irons. The walls are several feet thick, designed to withstand both physical assault and the passage of time. Limited entry points control access to the building. Rather than numerous doors and windows, the original structure has few openings, all carefully controlled and monitored. The limited entry points reflect the Church's understanding that these documents represented valuable and potentially dangerous information. The Church recognized that the documents in the archives could be used to challenge Church authority to expose institutional wrongdoing or to undermine theological claims. Therefore, the Church designed the building to restrict access to these materials and to protect them from theft or destruction. Over centuries, the archives expanded with new sections constructed to accommodate growing collections. Each expansion incorporated contemporary security measures, creating a physical record of evolving institutional concerns about information control. In the 17th century, when the archives expanded, new sections were constructed with security measures appropriate to that era. In the 18th and 19th centuries, as the archives grew further, additional sections were added with updated security features. In the modern era, new sections have been constructed with electronic security systems, climate control, and digital monitoring. By examining the archive's physical structure, one can trace the evolution of the Church's concerns about information security. Each era's security measures reflect that era's understanding of threats to information security and the technologies available to address those threats. The archive's organization system is extraordinarily complex. Documents are cataloged according to systems that have evolved over centuries, making comprehensive understanding of the collection's full scope difficult even for Vatican officials. The earliest cataloging systems were relatively simple documents were organized by pope or by subject matter. However, as the archives grew and as cataloging standards evolved, the organization became increasingly complex. Medieval documents were cataloged according to one system. Renaissance documents were cataloged according to a different system. Modern documents are cataloged according to yet another system. The result is a collection so complex that no single person fully understands its complete organization. This complexity may be partially intentional, a system so elaborate that complete transparency becomes practically impossible. If the organization system is so complex that even Vatican officials struggle to understand it, then comprehensive external scrutiny of the archives becomes nearly impossible. The complexity serves as a form of institutional protection, making it difficult for external researchers to conduct comprehensive searches or to discover materials that the Church might prefer to keep hidden. Researchers granted access to the archives report that certain sections are physically separated from others with restricted areas requiring special authorization to enter. The physical layout itself enforces access restrictions. Certain documents are literally kept in locations that are off-limits to most researchers. Some sections of the archives are located in areas that are not accessible to the general public or even to most Vatican officials. These restricted sections require special authorization to access. The Church controls who is permitted to enter these areas and what materials they are permitted to examine. The physical separation of restricted materials from more accessible materials creates a hierarchy of secrecy. Some materials are relatively accessible to approved researchers. Other materials are accessible only to Vatican officials. Still, other materials are accessible only to the Pope or to a small circle of trusted advisors. This physical hierarchy of access reflects the Church's assessment of how sensitive different materials are and how carefully they need to be protected. The archive's climate control and preservation systems represent significant technological investments. The Church has invested substantial resources in preserving documents, suggesting institutional recognition of their historical and political value. The archives maintain carefully controlled temperature and humidity levels to prevent deterioration of documents. The archives use specialized lighting to prevent damage from light exposure. Documents are stored in acid-free containers to prevent chemical deterioration. The Church has invested in state-of-the-art preservation technology to ensure that documents in the archives will survive for centuries. However, the archives' preservation efforts are selective. Some materials receive meticulous care, while others are stored in conditions that accelerate deterioration. This selective preservation may reflect institutional priorities about which documents deserve preservation and which might be allowed to degrade. Materials that the Church considers historically important or theologically significant receive careful preservation. Materials that the Church considers less important, or materials that might be embarrassing or damaging to the Church, may receive less careful preservation. Over time, materials stored in poor conditions deteriorate and become illegible. This represents a form of institutional control, not through active destruction, but through selective neglect. The archive's security measures have evolved with technology. Medieval sections of the archives feature physical security measures, thick walls, limited entry points, carefully controlled access. Renaissance sections feature more sophisticated locks and security mechanisms. Modern sections include electronic surveillance restricted access systems using key cards or biometric identification and digital cataloging that allows the Vatican to monitor which materials researchers access. This technological infrastructure enables the Church to track scholarly interest in particular topics and potentially restrict access to materials that receive too much attention. If the Vatican's digital system shows that multiple researchers are requesting access to materials related to a particular sensitive topic, the Church can restrict access to those materials or can require additional authorization before researchers are permitted to examine them. The technological infrastructure thus serves not merely to preserve documents, but to monitor and control scholarly access to those documents. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for researchers examining the archive's physical structure. What emerged from analysis of the building's design was evidence that the Church had deliberately constructed the archives to make comprehensive access difficult. The complexity of the organization system, the physical separation of restricted materials, the selective preservation efforts, the technological monitoring systems. All of these features work together to create an institutional mechanism for controlling historical narrative. The archives are not designed primarily to facilitate research or to make historical materials accessible. Rather, the archives are designed to preserve materials while maintaining institutional control over access to those materials. The building itself embodies the Church's philosophy about information control. Consider the implications of this architectural design. A researcher seeking to understand a particular historical period might request access to materials related to that period. However, the complexity of the organization system makes it difficult to know what materials exist. The researcher might not know about restricted materials that would provide crucial context for understanding the period. The researcher might spend weeks or months examining accessible materials only to discover that the most important materials are restricted and not available for examination. The physical layout of the archives makes it difficult for researchers to move freely between different sections or to examine materials in sequence. Researchers must request access to specific materials and must examine them in designated reading rooms. This controlled access prevents researchers from discovering unexpected connections between materials or from conducting comprehensive searches across the entire collection. The Vatican Archives' physical structure embodies institutional philosophy about information control and historical narrative management. The building's design, organization, and security measures all reflect deliberate choices about what information should be preserved, how it should be organized, and who should be permitted to access it. The archives are not a neutral repository of historical documents. Rather, the archives are an institutional mechanism for managing historical narrative and controlling what aspects of church history become public knowledge. The Church has invested centuries of effort in constructing a building and an organizational system that allows it to preserve documents while maintaining control over access to those documents. This represents a sophisticated form of institutional power, the power to shape what counts as historical truth by controlling which historical materials are accessible and which remain hidden. The physical structure of the archives also reveals something about the Church's understanding of the relationship between knowledge and power. The Church recognizes that historical documents represent a form of power. Documents can be used to challenge institutional claims, to expose institutional wrongdoing, or to support alternative narratives about institutional history. By controlling access to documents, the Church maintains control over historical narrative. The Church can permit researchers to access materials that support the Church's preferred historical narratives, while restricting access to materials that might challenge those narratives. The physical structure of the archives enables this form of narrative control. The building itself is designed to facilitate institutional management of historical knowledge. This raises important questions about the relationship between institutional authority and historical truth. Should historical institutions be permitted to control access to historical materials? Should institutions be permitted to restrict access to materials that might reveal institutional wrongdoing or institutional error? Or should historical institutions be required to make all historical materials accessible to researchers? Different people will answer these questions differently. Some will argue that institutions have legitimate reasons to restrict access to certain materials, for security reasons, for diplomatic reasons, or to protect the privacy of individuals. Others will argue that institutional control over historical materials undermines the pursuit of historical truth and enables institutions to manage historical narrative in ways that serve institutional interests rather than historical understanding. The Vatican Archives' physical structure embodies institutional philosophy about information control and historical narrative management. The building itself tells a story about how the Church has managed knowledge and authority across centuries. By examining the archive's design, organization, and security measures, we can understand the Church's evolving concerns about information control. The archives represent not merely a repository for historical documents, but an institutional mechanism for managing what aspects of Church history become public knowledge and what aspects remain hidden. Understanding the archive's physical structure becomes essential to understanding how the Church maintains its authority in the face of historical evidence that might challenge that authority. As we approach the conclusion of our exploration, we will examine how the Vatican is adapting its approach to archives and information management in an era of digital technology and increasing demands for transparency. The future of secrecy. Digital archives and modern challenges. The Vatican Archives' physical structure reveals how the Church has managed information control across centuries. Yet the Church now faces challenges that the building's architects could never have anticipated. In recent years, the Vatican has gradually increased access to certain archive materials. Pope Francis, in particular, has made several decisions to open previously restricted sections to scholars. In 2019, the Pope announced that materials related to Pope Pius XI would be made available to researchers, a significant decision, given the sensitivity surrounding Pius XI's role during World War II and the Holocaust. This decision to increase access represents a shift in Vatican policy, yet it also reveals the Church's careful management of historical disclosure. The Vatican did not simply open all materials. Rather, it selected specific collections for release, while maintaining restrictions on other sensitive materials. The decision to open Pius XI materials was strategically timed and carefully controlled. The Vatican announced the decision, then managed the process of researchers accessing materials, monitoring which documents received scholarly attention. This represents a sophisticated form of information management, appearing to embrace transparency while maintaining control over how historical narratives develop. Pope Pius XI served as pope from 1939 to 1958 a period encompassing World War II and the Holocaust. His role during this period has been subject to historical debate for decades. Some argue that Pius VIII did not do enough to oppose Nazi persecution of Jews. Others argue that Pius X worked quietly behind the scenes to help Jews escape persecution. The question of Pius V's responsibility for the Holocaust has profound implications for the Church's moral authority and historical reputation. Vatican documents related to Pius V would provide definitive evidence about what the Pope knew about the Holocaust and what actions he took in response. These materials have been among the most sensitive in the archives. The Vatican restricted access to Pius V's materials for decades, citing the need for historical perspective and the sensitivity of the materials. However, as the decades passed and as the World War II generation aged, pressure increased for the Vatican to open these materials to scholarly examination. Pope Francis's decision to open Pius X materials in 2019 appeared to represent a significant shift in Vatican policy toward transparency. The Pope announced that researchers would be permitted to access materials related to Pius V's papacy. This announcement was presented as evidence of the Church's commitment to historical truth and scholarly inquiry. However, the actual implementation of this decision revealed the Church's continued careful management of historical disclosure. The Vatican did not simply open all Pius XIII materials. Rather, the Vatican selected specific collections for release. The Vatican required that researchers submit requests for access to specific materials. The Vatican maintained the right to restrict access to materials deemed too sensitive. The Vatican monitored which researchers accessed which materials and what use they made of those materials. This represents a form of controlled disclosure. The Church appears to embrace transparency while actually maintaining significant control over access to sensitive materials. Digital technology has complicated the Vatican's traditional secrecy model in ways that the Church could not have anticipated. The archive's digitization project, ongoing for decades, has created digital copies of materials that are more easily accessible and shareable than physical documents. Once a document is digitized, it can be copied, distributed, and shared in ways that are difficult or impossible to control. A researcher who accesses a digitized document can photograph it, email it, or post it online. The document can then be accessed by anyone with internet access, regardless of whether the Vatican has granted them permission. The Vatican has had to grapple with the reality that once documents are digitized, controlling their distribution becomes more difficult. This represents a fundamental challenge to the Church's traditional model of information control. Leaked documents from the archives have become increasingly common in recent years. Materials that the Vatican intended to keep restricted have been accessed by researchers, journalists, and others, then shared publicly. In some cases, researchers have violated the terms of their access agreements by sharing restricted materials. In other cases, materials have been leaked by Vatican insiders who believe the materials should be public. In still other cases, materials have been obtained through hacking or other unauthorized means. The result is that materials the Vatican wanted to keep restricted have become public knowledge. This has forced the Church to adapt its approach to secrecy. Rather than attempting to maintain absolute control over information, the Vatican has shifted toward managing the narrative around released materials. When sensitive documents are leaked or released, Church officials provide official interpretations, context, and theological frameworks for understanding them. This represents evolution in institutional information management from absolute secrecy toward controlled disclosure and narrative management. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for observers of Vatican information management practices. What emerged from analysis of the Church's response to leaked documents was evidence that the Vatican had developed sophisticated strategies for managing the narrative around sensitive historical materials. When documents were leaked, church officials did not simply deny their authenticity or attempt to suppress them. Rather, church officials acknowledged the documents' authenticity while providing official interpretations of their meaning. Church officials contextualized the documents within theological and historical frameworks that supported the church's preferred narratives. Church officials emphasized aspects of the documents that reflected positively on the church, while downplaying aspects that might be embarrassing or damaging. This represents a form of narrative management that is more sophisticated than simple suppression. The church acknowledges that documents exist and that they are authentic, yet shapes how those documents are understood and interpreted. The Vatican's approach to digital archives raises questions about future transparency. As technology advances, maintaining comprehensive restrictions on information becomes increasingly difficult. The Church faces a choice: continue attempting to control access to sensitive materials, or embrace greater transparency while managing how released materials are interpreted. Recent Vatican decisions suggest a gradual shift toward the latter approach, though this shift remains carefully managed and selective. The Church appears to be recognizing that absolute secrecy is no longer tenable in an era of digital technology and widespread internet access. However, the Church is not embracing complete transparency. Rather, the Church is adapting its approach to maintain as much control as possible over historical narrative while appearing to embrace transparency. The archive's future will likely involve increasing access to materials deemed less threatening to institutional authority while maintaining restrictions on the most sensitive documents. This represents a pragmatic institutional adaptation to technological and social changes that make absolute secrecy increasingly untenable. The Church will likely continue to gradually open materials that are less sensitive or that have already become public knowledge. The Church will likely continue to restrict access to materials that could significantly damage the Church's reputation or authority. The Church will likely continue to develop sophisticated strategies for managing the narrative around sensitive materials. The Church will likely invest in digital technologies that allow it to monitor and control access to digitized materials. This represents a form of institutional evolution. The Church is adapting its approach to information management to address new technological and social realities. Consider what this evolution reveals about institutional behavior. Institutions do not abandon their commitment to controlling information simply because technology makes control more difficult. Rather, institutions adapt their strategies for maintaining control. The Vatican is not moving toward complete transparency. Rather, the Vatican is moving toward a more sophisticated form of information management that accommodates technological realities while maintaining institutional control over historical narrative. This represents a form of institutional pragmatism. The Church is making strategic decisions about what information to release and how to manage the narrative around that information. The Vatican's evolving approach to archive access reveals how religious institutions adapt to technological and social pressures while attempting to maintain control over historical narrative. The Church's careful management of disclosure suggests that future transparency will remain selective and strategically managed rather than comprehensive and unrestricted. The Church will continue to decide which materials should be released and which should remain restricted. The Church will continue to manage the narrative around released materials. The Church will continue to invest in technologies that allow it to monitor and control access to information. This represents a form of institutional evolution, but it is evolution that maintains the Church's fundamental commitment to controlling historical narrative and protecting institutional authority. What this reveals about the relationship between institutions and historical truth is significant. Institutions do not exist to serve historical truth. Institutions exist to serve institutional interests. When institutional interests and historical truth conflict institutions typically prioritize institutional interests. The Vatican's approach to archive access reflects this priority. The Church is not opening its archives because the Church is committed to historical truth. Rather, the Church is opening its archives because technological and social pressures make absolute secrecy increasingly difficult. The Church is managing this transition in ways that minimize damage to institutional authority while appearing to embrace transparency. This represents a sophisticated form of institutional self-preservation. The Vatican's evolving approach to archive access reveals how religious institutions adapt to technological and social pressures while attempting to maintain control over historical narrative. The Church's careful management of disclosure suggests that future transparency will remain selective and strategically managed rather than comprehensive and unrestricted. The Church will continue to make decisions about what aspects of its history should be revealed and what should remain hidden. The Church will continue to manage how historical materials are interpreted and understood. The Church will continue to prioritize institutional authority over historical truth when these interests conflict. This represents the Church's adaptation to contemporary realities, but it is adaptation that maintains the Church's fundamental commitment to controlling its own historical narrative. As we conclude our exploration of the Vatican's secrets and the Church's relationship with historical truth, we recognize that the patterns we have observed throughout this documentary will likely continue into the future. The Church will continue to manage its archives to restrict access to sensitive materials and to shape historical narrative in ways that serve institutional interests. Understanding these patterns becomes essential to understanding how institutions function and how power operates within them. The Concordats and hidden diplomacy. The Vatican's evolving approach to archive access reveals how institutions adapt to technological pressures while maintaining control over historical narrative. Yet the Church's relationship with governments and power structures extends far beyond the management of historical documents. The Vatican maintains extensive diplomatic records documenting agreements with governments worldwide. These concordats and diplomatic accords represent formal Church positions on matters ranging from religious freedom to financial arrangements. However, many of these agreements contain provisions that have been kept confidential, revealing a hidden dimension of Vatican diplomacy. The concordats represent the Church's pragmatic engagement with political power agreements designed to protect Church interests regardless of the political ideology or moral character of the governments involved. Vatican diplomatic records document these negotiations, revealing the Church's sophisticated approach to maintaining institutional interests in a complex and often hostile political world. Understanding what these diplomatic records reveal becomes essential to understanding the Church's role in 20th century history and the Church's relationship with some of history's most controversial regimes. One particularly significant area involves the Vatican's relationships with authoritarian regimes. During the 20th century, the Church negotiated with fascist, communist, and other authoritarian governments. The Church maintained diplomatic relations with regimes that committed atrocities, that persecuted religious minorities, and that violated fundamental human rights. Vatican diplomatic records document these negotiations, revealing the Church's pragmatic approach to maintaining institutional interests, regardless of political ideology. The Church did not withdraw diplomatic recognition from authoritarian regimes. The Church did not refuse to negotiate with governments that committed human rights violations. Rather, the Church engaged in careful diplomatic negotiations designed to protect Church interests while maintaining relationships with these regimes. This reveals something important about how the Church prioritizes its interests. Institutional survival and institutional interests take precedence over moral concerns about the regimes with which the Church negotiates. The Vatican's relationship with Nazi Germany represents a particularly sensitive historical area. Diplomatic records document negotiations between the Vatican and Nazi officials, including discussions about the Church's position regarding persecution of Jews and other groups. These documents are extraordinarily sensitive because they reveal the extent to which Church leadership was aware of Nazi atrocities and the calculations that influenced Vatican responses. Vatican documents show that Church officials received detailed reports about Nazi persecution of Jews and other groups. Papal nuncios, Vatican diplomatic representatives stationed throughout Europe, sent reports to Rome describing Nazi persecution of Jews, the confiscation of Jewish property, and the systematic elimination of Jewish communities. The question of what the Church knew and when it knew it has been subject to historical debate for decades. Did the Vatican know about the Holocaust? When did the Vatican learn about it? What did the Vatican do in response? The diplomatic records in the archives would provide definitive answers to these questions. However, access to the most sensitive materials remains restricted. The Church has not fully opened its diplomatic records related to the Nazi period, suggesting that these materials contain information that the Church believes would be damaging to its reputation. The Vatican's Concordat with Nazi Germany, signed in 1933, represents one of the Church's most controversial diplomatic agreements. The Concordat was negotiated between Vatican officials and Nazi representatives in the early months of Hitler's rule. The agreement established the Church's legal status in Nazi Germany and provided certain protections for Catholic institutions. The Concordat legitimized the Nazi regime internationally and provided the Church with certain protections for Catholic institutions. By signing the Concordat, the Vatican appeared to recognize the legitimacy of the Nazi government. The Concordat was widely interpreted as a form of Vatican approval of the Nazi regime. Vatican diplomatic records document the negotiations leading to this agreement, revealing the Church's priorities and calculations. The records show that Vatican officials understood the nature of the Nazi regime. Vatican officials were aware of Nazi persecution, of political opponents of Nazi racial ideology, and of Nazi plans for territorial expansion. Yet despite this awareness, the Vatican negotiated the Concordat. The Vatican prioritized protecting Church interests in Germany over moral concerns about Nazi ideology and Nazi actions. The question of why the Vatican signed the Concordat with Nazi Germany remains historically significant. But some historians argue that the Vatican was naive about Nazi intentions and did not fully understand the threat the Nazi regime posed. However, Vatican documents suggest that Church officials understood the Nazi regime's nature more clearly than this explanation suggests. Church officials were aware of Nazi persecution of political opponents. Church officials were aware of Nazi racial ideology. Church officials understood that the Nazi regime was hostile to many of the values the Church claimed to represent. Yet the Vatican signed the Concordat anyway. This suggests that the Vatican prioritized institutional interests over moral concerns. The Vatican was willing to negotiate with a regime it understood to be dangerous and morally problematic in order to protect Church interests in Germany. Similarly, the Vatican maintained diplomatic relations with communist governments, including the Soviet Union and China. These relationships involved complex negotiations about religious freedom, Church property, and institutional autonomy. Vatican diplomatic records document these negotiations, revealing how the Church balanced its theological opposition to communism with pragmatic institutional interests. The Church taught that communism was atheistic and opposed to Christian values. The Church condemned communist persecution of the Church and communist restrictions on religious freedom. Yet the Vatican maintained diplomatic relations with communist governments. The Vatican negotiated with communist officials. The Vatican attempted to protect Church interests within communist states. This reveals the Church's pragmatic approach to diplomacy. The Church was willing to negotiate with regimes whose ideology it opposed if doing so served church interests. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for historians examining Vatican diplomatic records. What emerged from analysis of the Church's diplomatic negotiations was evidence that the Vatican had developed sophisticated strategies for protecting church interests while maintaining relationships with authoritarian regimes. Vatican officials understood that the Church could not prevent authoritarian regimes from persecuting religious minorities or committing atrocities. However, Vatican officials believed that maintaining diplomatic relationships with these regimes allowed the Church to protect church interests and to advocate for religious freedom within the constraints of diplomatic negotiation. This represents a form of institutional pragmatism. The Church prioritized protecting its own interests over more ambitious moral goals. The Church did not attempt to overthrow authoritarian regimes or to fundamentally oppose them. Rather, the Church attempted to negotiate with these regimes to protect church interests. The Church's diplomatic records does also document agreements with various governments regarding financial arrangements, tax status, and property rights. These materials reveal the Vatican's sophisticated approach to protecting institutional interests through legal and diplomatic mechanisms. The Vatican negotiated treaties with governments that granted the Church special tax status exemptions from certain laws and control over church property. These agreements allowed the Church to accumulate and protect wealth. These agreements allowed the Church to maintain institutional autonomy from government control. Vatican diplomatic records document these negotiations in detail, showing the Church's careful attention to protecting its financial and legal interests. The Church invested considerable diplomatic effort in securing favorable financial and legal arrangements with governments worldwide. Access to Concordat materials and diplomatic records remains highly restricted. The Vatican argues that diplomatic confidentiality requires maintaining secrecy around these materials. Diplomatic correspondence between governments is typically kept confidential to protect ongoing diplomatic relationships and to preserve the confidentiality of diplomatic negotiations. However, historians have noted that the level of restriction exceeds what would be necessary for legitimate diplomatic reasons. Many governments have released diplomatic records from the 20th century, allowing historians to examine the diplomatic history of that period. The Vatican, however, maintains restrictions on many of its diplomatic records. The Church argues that these records require additional time for historical perspective. However, decades have passed since many of these diplomatic negotiations occurred. The governments involved in these negotiations have changed or no longer exist. Yet the Vatican continues to restrict access to these materials. This suggests that the Church is concerned about how these records might affect its historical reputation. Vatican diplomatic records represent a hidden history of Church negotiations with governments worldwide. The records document the Church's pragmatic engagement with political power. The records show the Church negotiating with authoritarian regimes, with regimes that persecuted religious minorities, and with regimes that committed atrocities. The records show the Church prioritizing institutional interests over moral concerns. The records show the Church developing sophisticated strategies for protecting church interests while maintaining relationships with morally problematic regimes. These records would provide definitive evidence about the Church's role in 20th century history. They would clarify the Church's knowledge of and response to Nazi persecution of Jews. They would illuminate the Church's relationships with communist governments. They would document the Church's financial and legal negotiations with governments worldwide. Yet the Church has restricted access to these materials, suggesting that the Church believes these records could damage its historical reputation. The Church's careful management of access to diplomatic records suggests ongoing concern about how transparency regarding institutional pragmatism might affect its moral authority and historical reputation. The Church understands that full disclosure of its diplomatic negotiations could reveal a church far more pragmatic and far less morally principled than the church's official self-presentation suggests. The church negotiated with Nazi Germany while Jews were being persecuted. The church negotiated with communist governments while Christians were being persecuted in communist states. The church prioritized protecting its own interests over advocating for the persecuted. These historical facts, if fully documented and widely known, could undermine the church's claims to moral authority. Therefore, the church has restricted access to diplomatic records that would document these facts. The church's restriction of diplomatic records represents an attempt to manage historical narrative and to protect institutional reputation. As we approach the final chapters of our exploration, we will examine what the Vatican's most restricted materials reveal about the Church's deepest institutional concerns and what patterns emerge from examining the full scope of Vatican secrecy. The suppressed saints and inconvenient canonizations. The Vatican's diplomatic negotiations with authoritarian regimes reveal how the Church prioritizes institutional interests over moral concerns. Yet the Church's management of religious narrative extends beyond diplomacy into the realm of spiritual authority itself. The Catholic Church maintains an official list of canonized saints individuals recognized as having achieved holiness and now venerated within the Church. However, this list has not remained static. Over centuries, the Vatican has removed certain figures from official sainthood, a process known as decanonization. These removals are extraordinarily rare and reveal significant institutional concerns about how religious authority is constructed and maintained. The decisions about who is recognized as a saint and who is removed from sainthood illuminate how the Church manages religious narrative at its most fundamental level. Understanding these decisions becomes essential to understanding how religious institutions construct and maintain authority through the management of sacred narratives and spiritual symbolism. The most famous decanonization involved Saint Christopher, the patron saint of travelers. For centuries, Christopher was one of the most widely venerated saints in the Catholic Church. Travelers carried medals depicting Christopher for protection during journeys. Churches throughout Europe displayed images of Christopher. Catholics prayed to Christopher for safe travel. Christopher occupied a significant place in Catholic devotional practice. However, in 1969, the Vatican removed Christopher from its official calendar of saints. The Church determined that historical evidence did not support Christopher's existence as a historical figure. Christopher appeared to be legendary rather than historical. The decision shocked many Catholics who had venerated Christopher for centuries. Vatican documents reveal that Church officials had long harbored doubts about Christopher's historicity, yet maintained his sainthood for centuries because his veneration served institutional purposes. The decision to remove him reflected changing institutional priorities regarding historical accuracy and institutional credibility. The question of why the Church maintained Christopher's sainthood for centuries, despite doubting his historicity, is revealing. Vatican documents show that Church officials understood that Christopher was likely legendary. Yet the Church continued to recognize Christopher as a saint because his veneration served institutional purposes. Christopher was widely venerated. Catholics found spiritual comfort in devotion to Christopher. The Church benefited from the spiritual devotion that Christopher inspired. The Church benefited from the medals, images, and other devotional objects associated with Christopher. Removing Christopher from sainthood would have upset many Catholics and would have undermined the Church's authority. Therefore, the Church maintained Christopher's sainthood despite doubting his historicity. This represents a form of institutional pragmatism. The Church prioritized the benefits of maintaining Christopher's sainthood over the principle of historical accuracy. The decision to remove Christopher from sainthood in 1969 reflected changing institutional priorities. By the 1960s, the Church was becoming increasingly concerned about its credibility in an era of scientific advancement and historical scholarship. The Church recognized that maintaining the sainthood of figures who were clearly legendary could undermine the Church's credibility. The Church decided that it was better to remove Christopher from sainthood than to maintain the sainthood of a figure who was clearly not historical. This decision reflected the Church's recognition that institutional credibility required some alignment between Church claims and historical evidence. However, the Church's decision to remove Christopher was selective. The Church did not remove all saints whose historicity was questionable. The Church removed Christopher but maintained the sainthood of other figures whose historical existence was equally doubtful. This selective decanonization suggests that the Church's decision was based not merely on historical accuracy, but on institutional calculations about which figures could be safely removed and which needed to be maintained. Other figures have been removed from sainthood or had their feast days eliminated for various reasons. Some removals reflected historical scholarship, suggesting that the figures in question were legendary rather than historical. Others reflected changing institutional priorities regarding which virtues and figures the Church wished to emphasize. Vatican documents show that decisions about canonization and decanonization involve complex considerations beyond historical accuracy. The Church considers institutional interests, popular devotion, and theological priorities. A figure might be historically questionable, yet remain canonized because removing sainthood would upset popular devotion or undermine Church authority. Conversely, a figure might be removed if maintaining sainthood becomes embarrassing or if the figure's associations become problematic. The Church's approach to canonization and decanonization is thus fundamentally pragmatic rather than purely principled. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for researchers examining Vatican documents on canonization decisions. What emerged from analysis of Church correspondence was evidence that Vatican officials engage in sophisticated calculations about which figures should be canonized and which should be removed from sainthood. Vatican documents show discussions among Church officials about the institutional implications of particular canonization decisions. Church officials considered whether canonizing a particular figure would serve Church interests. Church officials considered whether maintaining the sainthood of a particular figure would damage Church credibility. Church officials considered the political and social implications of particular canonization decisions. This represents institutional management of religious narrative at a fundamental level, determining which historical figures are officially recognized as holy and which are marginalized or forgotten. The Vatican's handling of canonizations involving controversial historical figures reveals institutional concern about historical narrative. In some cases, the Church has canonized figures with troubling historical records, apparently prioritizing other considerations over historical accuracy. In other cases, the Church has been cautious about canonizing figures whose historical records might invite scrutiny of Church actions or positions. Vatican documents on canonization decisions reveal the Church's sophisticated approach to managing religious narrative. The archives contain correspondence between Church officials discussing which figures should be canonized, what their canonization would signify, and what institutional interests might be served or threatened by particular decisions. Church officials discussed whether canonizing a particular figure would create problems for the Church. Church officials discussed whether a figure's historical associations might be embarrassing to the Church. Church officials discussed whether canonizing a particular figure might invite unwanted historical scrutiny of Church actions. One particularly revealing example involves the canonization of figures associated with the Inquisition. The Church has canonized some figures who were involved in inquisitorial proceedings. However, the Church has been cautious about how these canonizations are presented to the public. The Church does not emphasize the figures' roles in the Inquisition. The Church emphasizes other aspects of their lives and work. This represents a form of selective narrative management. The Church acknowledges certain historical facts while downplaying others. The Church canonizes figures who participated in the Inquisition, but does not emphasize this aspect of their historical records. This allows the Church to maintain the sainthood of these figures while minimizing the association between sainthood and participation in religious persecution. Another revealing example involves the Church's caution regarding canonization of figures whose historical records might invite scrutiny of Church positions or actions. The Church has been cautious about canonizing figures who were critical of Church authority or who challenged Church teachings. The Church has been cautious about canonizing figures whose lives might raise uncomfortable questions about Church history. This represents institutional concern about how canonization decisions might affect historical narrative. If the Church canonizes a figure who is critical of Church authority, it might suggest that the Church values criticism and dissent. If the Church canonizes a figure whose life raises uncomfortable questions about Church history, it might invite historical scrutiny that the Church prefers to avoid. Therefore, the Church has been selective about which figures it canonizes, prioritizing figures whose canonization will serve Church interests. Vatican documents on canonization decisions reveal the Church's sophisticated approach to managing religious narrative. The archives contain correspondence between Church officials discussing which figures should be canonized, what their canonization would signify, and what institutional interests might be served or threatened by particular decisions. This correspondence reveals that canonization decisions are not made primarily on the basis of historical evidence or theological principle. Rather, canonization decisions are made on the basis of institutional calculations about what will serve Church interests. The Church considers whether canonizing a particular figure will enhance the Church's authority. The Church considers whether canonizing a particular figure will damage the Church's credibility. The Church considers whether canonizing a particular figure will invite unwanted historical scrutiny. These institutional considerations often take precedence over historical accuracy or theological principle. Vatican decisions regarding canonization and decanonization reveal how religious institutions manage historical narrative to serve institutional interests. The Church's careful consideration of which figures deserve official recognition as saints suggests that religious authority involves sophisticated management of historical meaning and institutional symbolism. Saints represent ideals and virtues that the Church wishes to promote. By canonizing particular figures, the Church communicates what virtues and qualities it values. By refusing to canonize other figures, the Church communicates what virtues and qualities it does not value. By removing figures from sainthood, the Church communicates that it has changed its assessment of which virtues and qualities are worthy of veneration. These decisions about sainthood are thus not merely religious decisions. They are political and institutional decisions. They represent the Church's attempt to shape how Catholics understand holiness, virtue, and religious authority. They represent the Church's attempt to manage religious narrative in ways that serve institutional interests. As we move toward the conclusion of our exploration, we will examine what the Vatican's most restricted materials reveal about the Church's deepest institutional concerns and what patterns emerge from examining the full scope of Vatican secrecy and information management. The Apocalyptic Archives, End Times Theology, and Institutional Anxiety. The Church's management of canonization decisions reveals how religious institutions construct and maintain authority through careful control of religious narrative. Yet the Church's relationship with historical meaning extends beyond the question of who is recognized as holy into the realm of ultimate historical destiny itself. The Vatican Archives contain extensive theological documentation regarding apocalyptic prophecy and end-times theology. These materials reveal that church leadership has long grappled with questions about the world's ultimate fate and the church's role in final historical events. Vatican theological documents from various periods show that apocalyptic concerns have influenced institutional decision-making during times of crisis. Understanding what these apocalyptic documents reveal becomes essential to understanding how religious institutions manage anxiety about the future and how they maintain institutional authority in the face of historical uncertainty. During the medieval period, when plague war and social upheaval created widespread anxiety about the world's end, Vatican theologians produced extensive commentary on apocalyptic biblical passages. The Black Death, which killed millions of Europeans in the 14th century, generated intense apocalyptic speculation. People wondered whether the plague represented a sign of the end times. Theologians debated whether the world was approaching its final days. Vatican documents from this period show that church officials took apocalyptic concerns seriously, viewing them not merely as theological abstractions, but as relevant to contemporary events. Church theologians produced detailed commentaries on the Book of Revelation, analyzing whether contemporary events aligned with biblical prophecies about the end times. These documents reveal institutional anxiety about the world's ultimate fate and the Church's role in that fate. The Church's response to medieval apocalyptic anxiety was carefully managed. The Church acknowledged that apocalyptic concerns were legitimate theological questions. The Church produced theological commentaries addressing apocalyptic themes. However, the Church also emphasized that no one could know the date of the end times. The Church emphasized that the Church's role was to maintain faith and institutional continuity regardless of historical circumstances. This represents a form of institutional management of apocalyptic theology. The Church acknowledged apocalyptic possibilities, while emphasizing that institutional continuity should be maintained regardless of whether the end times were imminent. This allowed the Church to engage with apocalyptic concerns while preventing apocalyptic anxiety from destabilizing the Church's authority or institutional structure. During the Protestant Reformation, Vatican theologians interpreted the crisis as potentially apocalyptic in significance. Documents from this period show church officials grappling with the question of whether the Reformation represented the beginning of the end times. Some church theologians interpreted the Reformation as a sign that the world was approaching its final days. Some theologians interpreted Protestant attacks on church authority as fulfilling biblical prophecies about the end times. This apocalyptic interpretation of the Reformation influenced institutional responses to the crisis. The Church's defensive posture and resistance to reform were partly influenced by apocalyptic anxiety. If church officials believed that the Reformation represented the beginning of the end times, they might have been more resistant to reform, viewing institutional continuity as more important than institutional change. Vatican documents suggest that apocalyptic concerns did influence church decision-making during the Reformation period. The Vatican's apocalyptic theology has evolved over centuries, yet certain themes persist. Church theologians have consistently interpreted major historical crises, wars, plagues, social upheaval, as potentially apocalyptic in significance. This reflects institutional anxiety about the Church's ultimate fate and its role in final historical events. Every major historical crisis has generated Vatican theological reflection on apocalyptic themes. The Reformation generated apocalyptic commentary. The religious wars of the 16th and 17th centuries generated apocalyptic commentary. The French Revolution generated apocalyptic commentary. The rise of secularism in the 19th century generated apocalyptic commentary. Each crisis prompted Vatican theologians to analyze whether contemporary events aligned with biblical prophecies about the end times. Vatican documents from the 20th century show renewed apocalyptic concern during periods of global crisis. The world wars, the development of nuclear weapons, and the Cold War all generated Vatican theological reflection on apocalyptic themes. Church officials produced documents analyzing whether contemporary events aligned with biblical prophecies regarding the end times. The development of nuclear weapons was particularly significant. Vatican theologians grappled with the question of whether nuclear weapons represented the means through which the world might end. Some theologians interpreted nuclear weapons as fulfilling biblical prophecies about the end times. Vatican documents from the Cold War period show church officials concerned about the possibility of nuclear war and grappling with apocalyptic implications of this possibility. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for researchers examining Vatican apocalyptic theology. What emerged from analysis of church documents was evidence that Vatican leadership had developed sophisticated strategies for managing apocalyptic theology to prevent it from destabilizing institutional authority. Vatican documents reveal that church leadership was concerned about how apocalyptic theology might affect institutional stability. If Catholics became convinced that the world was ending, they might question the relevance of church institutions and authority. If Catholics believed that the end times were imminent, they might withdraw from church participation or might challenge church authority. Therefore, the Church has managed apocalyptic theology carefully, neither dismissing it entirely, nor allowing it to undermine institutional authority. The Vatican's response to apocalyptic concerns has been carefully managed. The Church has neither embraced apocalyptic theology wholeheartedly nor rejected it entirely. Instead, Vatican officials have maintained studied ambiguity, acknowledging apocalyptic possibilities, while emphasizing that the Church's role is to maintain faith and institutional continuity regardless of historical circumstances. This represents a sophisticated form of institutional management. The Church acknowledges that apocalyptic concerns are legitimate theological questions. The Church produces theological commentaries addressing apocalyptic themes. However, the Church also emphasizes that the Church's institutional role remains constant regardless of whether the end times are imminent. This allows the Church to engage with apocalyptic concerns while preventing apocalyptic anxiety from destabilizing the Church's authority. Vatican documents reveal that Church leadership has been concerned about how apocalyptic theology might affect institutional stability. Vatican officials understood that apocalyptic theology could be destabilizing. If believers became convinced that the world was ending, they might abandon worldly concerns and might withdraw from church participation. If believers believed that the end times were imminent, they might challenge church authority or might resist church teachings. Therefore, the Church developed strategies for managing apocalyptic theology. The Church acknowledged apocalyptic possibilities while emphasizing institutional continuity. The Church produced theological commentaries that addressed apocalyptic concerns while emphasizing the Church's ongoing role. This allowed the Church to engage with apocalyptic theology while preventing it from destabilizing institutional authority. In recent decades, Vatican theologians have engaged with contemporary apocalyptic concerns, including environmental crisis and technological change. Documents from the Vatican's theological departments show sophisticated engagement with how traditional apocalyptic theology might apply to modern circumstances. Vatican theologians have analyzed whether environmental crisis represents a sign of the end times. Vatican theologians have analyzed whether technological change represents fulfillment of biblical prophecies about the end times. This represents ongoing institutional concern about maintaining theological relevance while managing anxiety about the future. The Church recognizes that contemporary people have apocalyptic concerns about environmental crisis, nuclear war, and technological change. The Church attempts to address these concerns through theological commentary, while emphasizing the Church's ongoing role in maintaining faith and institutional continuity. Vatican Apocalyptic Theology reveals how religious institutions grapple with ultimate questions about meaning, purpose, and historical destiny. The Church's careful management of apocalyptic theology suggests recognition that beliefs about the world's end have profound implications for institutional authority and believer commitment. Apocalyptic theology raises fundamental questions about the meaning of human history and the purpose of human institutions. If the world is approaching its end, what is the purpose of church institutions? If the end times are imminent, why should believers commit to church participation? These questions threaten institutional authority. Therefore, the Church manages apocalyptic theology carefully. The Church acknowledges that apocalyptic concerns are legitimate theological questions. The Church produces theological commentaries addressing apocalyptic themes. However, the Church emphasizes that the Church's institutional role remains constant, regardless of historical circumstances. This allows the Church to maintain institutional authority while engaging with apocalyptic concerns. The patterns evident in Vatican apocalyptic theology illuminate something important about how religious institutions function. Religious institutions must grapple with ultimate questions about meaning and destiny. Yet these ultimate questions can threaten institutional authority if they suggest that institutional continuity is uncertain, or that institutional authority is temporary. Therefore, religious institutions develop sophisticated strategies for managing theology in ways that address ultimate questions while maintaining institutional authority. The Church's approach to apocalyptic theology exemplifies this institutional strategy. The Church acknowledges apocalyptic possibilities while emphasizing institutional continuity. This allows the Church to engage with ultimate questions while maintaining institutional authority. As we conclude our exploration of the Vatican's secrets and the Church's relationship with historical truth, we recognize that the patterns we have observed throughout this documentary illuminate fundamental aspects of how religious institutions function and how they maintain authority in the face of historical uncertainty and ultimate questions about meaning and destiny. The Archive's Final Secrets. What remains sealed. The Church's management of apocalyptic theology reveals how religious institutions grapple with ultimate questions while maintaining institutional authority. Yet beneath all the patterns we have observed throughout this exploration lies a final question: what materials remain so sensitive that the Church continues to restrict them indefinitely? Despite gradual increases in access to Vatican materials, certain categories of documents remain extraordinarily restricted. Understanding which materials the Church protects most carefully reveals institutional priorities and concerns. The most heavily restricted materials appear to involve papal decision-making during periods of institutional crisis. Documents related to Pope's personal deliberations during the Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, and other periods of challenge remain largely sealed. The Vatican argues that these materials require time for historical perspective, yet the restrictions have persisted for centuries, suggesting that institutional concern about transparency extends beyond legitimate historical considerations. By examining what the Church chooses to keep hidden, we can understand what the Church fears most about historical truth. The most heavily restricted materials appear to involve papal decision-making during periods of institutional crisis. When the Church faced challenges to its authority during the Reformation, during the Scientific Revolution, during periods of social upheaval, popes made decisions that shaped the Church's response. documents recording these decisions would reveal how popes understood the challenges facing the Church and what calculations influenced their responses. These materials would show whether popes recognized problems that they publicly denied. These materials would show whether popes understood the merit of criticisms they publicly rejected. These materials would show the gap between the Church's official positions and the Church's private deliberations. The Vatican has restricted access to these materials for centuries. The Church argues that these materials require time for historical perspective. However, centuries have passed. The popes involved are long dead. The historical events are distant. Yet the Vatican continues to restrict these materials, suggesting that the Church's concern is not about historical perspective, but about protecting the Church's authority and credibility. Materials involving the Church's financial operations remain among the most restricted. Vatican banking records, investment documentation, and financial correspondence are protected by extraordinary security measures. The Church's reluctance to open these materials suggests concern about how transparency regarding institutional wealth and financial practices might affect public perception. The Church accumulated vast wealth over centuries. The Church engaged in financial practices that would be considered unethical or illegal if conducted by private institutions. The Church maintained relationships with financial institutions of questionable character. The Church moved money through channels designed to obscure its origins and destinations. Vatican financial records would document these practices in detail. Full disclosure of Vatican financial records would reveal the extent to which the Church prioritized financial interests over moral concerns. Therefore, the Church has restricted access to these materials. The Church's protection of financial records suggests that the Church understands these records could damage its reputation and credibility. Documents involving the Church's relationships with authoritarian regimes remain heavily restricted. Materials related to the Vatican's negotiations with fascist, communist, and other authoritarian governments are protected by restrictions that exceed what diplomatic confidentiality would require. The Church negotiated with Nazi Germany. The Church negotiated with communist governments. The Church maintained diplomatic relationships with regimes that persecuted religious minorities and committed atrocities. Vatican diplomatic records would document these negotiations in detail. These records would show what the Church knew about the regime's actions. These records would show what calculations influenced the Church's decisions to maintain diplomatic relationships with these regimes. These records would show the Church prioritizing institutional interests over moral concerns. The Church's caution regarding these materials suggests concern about how historical transparency might affect its moral authority. If the full extent of the Church's relationships with authoritarian regimes became public, it could fundamentally challenge the Church's claims to moral authority. Materials involving individuals who challenge Church authority remain restricted. Documents related to heresy trials, suppressed reformers, and other figures who questioned institutional authority are protected by restrictions that suggest the Church remains concerned about how these historical narratives might affect contemporary authority structures. The Church persecuted individuals who challenged its teachings. The Church suppressed individuals who advocated for reform. The Church silenced individuals who questioned papal authority. Vatican records document these persecutions in detail. These records would show the Church's awareness of the merit of certain criticisms it publicly rejected. These records would show the Church suppressing individuals who were advocating for changes the Church eventually implemented. These records would show the gap between the Church's official positions and the Church's private recognition of problems. The Church's restriction of these materials suggests that the Church remains concerned about how transparency regarding its treatment of dissenters might affect contemporary authority structures. Perhaps most significantly, materials involving papal infallibility, claims and theological disputes within the Church, hierarchy remain heavily restricted. The Vatican appears particularly concerned about documents that might reveal disagreement among popes or church officials regarding fundamental theological questions. Such materials could undermine claims about papal infallibility and institutional theological authority. The doctrine of papal infallibility claims that the Pope, when speaking ex cathedra on matters of faith and morals, is protected from error. This doctrine is fundamental to Catholic theology and to papal authority. However, Vatican documents might reveal instances where popes disagreed about theological matters. Vatican documents might reveal instances where popes changed positions on fundamental theological questions. Vatican documents might reveal that popes were uncertain about theological matters they publicly proclaimed with certainty. Such materials would undermine the doctrine of papal infallibility. Therefore, the Vatican has restricted access to these materials with extraordinary care. The most intriguing discovery was still to come for researchers examining patterns of Vatican restrictions. What emerged from analysis of which materials remain most heavily restricted was evidence that the Church is most concerned about protecting materials that might undermine institutional authority claims. The pattern of restrictions suggests that the Church is most concerned about protecting materials that might reveal institutional hypocrisy. The pattern of restrictions suggests that the Church is most concerned about protecting materials that might demonstrate that Church leadership has been aware of problems it publicly denied. The Church restricts materials that would reveal the gap between official Church positions and private Church deliberations. The Church restricts materials that would reveal the Church prioritizing institutional interests over moral concerns. The Church restricts materials that would reveal the Church suppressing legitimate criticism. The Church restricts materials that would reveal disagreement within Church leadership about fundamental theological questions. These restrictions are not random. They follow a clear pattern. The Church protects materials that could challenge institutional authority and credibility. The archive's most restricted materials represent institutional anxiety about transparency and historical accountability. The Church's determination to maintain restrictions on these materials suggests recognition that comprehensive historical transparency could fundamentally challenge contemporary institutional authority and credibility. The Church understands that if the full extent of its historical record became public, it could undermine the Church's claims to moral authority, theological certainty, and institutional infallibility. The Church understands that transparency about its financial practices could damage its reputation. The Church understands that transparency about its relationships with authoritarian regimes could undermine its moral authority. The Church understands that transparency about its treatment of dissenters could challenge its claims to respect human dignity. The Church understands that transparency about theological disputes within the hierarchy could undermine the doctrine of papal infallibility. Therefore, the Church has maintained restrictions on these materials. The Church's restrictions represent an institutional choice to manage historical narrative rather than to submit to full historical accountability. As technology advances and social expectations regarding transparency increase, the Vatican faces ongoing pressure to open more materials. However, the Church's pattern of selective disclosure suggests that future transparency will remain carefully managed with the most sensitive materials, likely remaining restricted indefinitely. The Church will likely continue to gradually open materials that are less sensitive or that have already become public knowledge. The Church will likely continue to restrict access to materials that could significantly damage the Church's reputation or authority. The Church will likely continue to develop sophisticated strategies for managing the narrative around sensitive materials. The Church will likely continue to invest in technologies that allow it to monitor and control access to materials. The Church's approach represents pragmatic institutional adaptation to technological and social pressures, while maintaining fundamental commitment to controlling historical narrative. The Vatican Archives' most restricted materials reveal the Church's deepest institutional concerns about authority credibility and historical accountability. The Church's careful protection of these documents suggests that comprehensive transparency about institutional history could pose significant challenges to contemporary religious authority and institutional legitimacy. The Church recognizes that historical truth can be destabilizing to institutional authority. The Church recognizes that full disclosure of its historical record could undermine its contemporary claims to moral authority and theological certainty. The Church recognizes that transparency about institutional failures and institutional hypocrisy could damage its credibility. Therefore, the Church has chosen to restrict access to materials that would reveal these uncomfortable historical truths. The Church's restrictions represent an institutional choice to prioritize authority and credibility over historical truth. This represents the fundamental tension that has emerged throughout this exploration, the tension between institutional interests and historical truth, between the Church's desire to maintain authority and the public's right to historical knowledge. Understanding this tension becomes essential to understanding not merely the Vatican's approach to its archives, but how religious institutions and other powerful institutions manage their relationship with historical truth. The patterns evident in Vatican secrecy illuminate broader patterns about how institutions function, how they maintain authority, and how they manage inconvenient historical truths. Over the past 2 hours and 40 minutes, we have journeyed through the hidden history of the Vatican archives. We've explored the physical structure of the archives themselves, how the Church's buildings embody institutional philosophy about information control. We've examined pivotal moments in Church history, the Reformation, and the Church's resistance to internal reform, the Inquisition's systematic violence, Galileo's silencing by institutional authority, and the Church's accumulation of vast wealth while preaching poverty. We've investigated historical mysteries that the Church has carefully managed, the legend of Pope Joan, and the Church's determined denial of it, the prophecies of Saint Malachy, and the Church's studied ambiguity about their authenticity, and the Church's engagement with questions about extraterrestrial life and apocalyptic theology. We've examined the Church's diplomatic negotiations with authoritarian regimes, its financial operations and banking scandals, its decisions about canonization and decanonization, and its approach to exorcism, and the boundaries between spiritual and psychological phenomena. Throughout this exploration, we've seen recurring patterns: the Church acknowledging problems privately, while denying them publicly; the Church implementing reforms only after external pressure forces change the Church; managing historical narrative to serve institutional interests; and the Church restricting access to materials that could undermine its authority and credibility. What emerges from this comprehensive examination is a portrait of how religious institutions manage their relationship with truth and authority. The Vatican is not unique in this regard. Many institutions, both religious and secular, manage historical narrative in ways that serve institutional interests. However, the Vatican's approach is particularly sophisticated and particularly consequential because the Church claims moral authority and theological certainty. The Church teaches that it represents divine truth and spiritual guidance. Yet the Vatican's own archives reveal an institution deeply concerned about how historical truth might affect its authority. The Church has restricted access to materials that would reveal institutional hypocrisy, institutional error, and institutional awareness of problems it publicly denied. The Church has managed religious narratives to support contemporary theological positions. The Church has prioritized institutional preservation over substantive reform. These patterns illuminate something fundamental about how power operates. institutions tend to prioritize their own preservation over transparency, and they develop sophisticated strategies for managing inconvenient truths. Yet this story is not merely about institutional deception or institutional failure. It is also a story about how human institutions grapple with fundamental questions about meaning, authority, and historical truth. The Church has existed for nearly 2,000 years, navigating profound historical changes and crises. The Church has produced extraordinary theological and philosophical thought. The Church has inspired countless acts of charity, compassion, and moral courage. The Church has also committed terrible wrongs and has resisted necessary change. Like all human institutions, the Church is complex, capable of both profound wisdom and profound error, capable of both moral courage and moral compromise. Understanding the Church's relationship with its archives and with historical truth is not about condemning the Church, but about understanding how institutions function and how power operates within them. The patterns evident in Vatican secrecy have contemporary relevance. In our present era, we face fundamental questions about institutional transparency, about who controls historical narrative, and about the relationship between institutional authority and historical truth. Governments restrict access to classified documents. Corporations control information about their operations. Institutions of all kinds manage what information becomes public and what remains hidden. The Vatican's approach to its archives offers a case study in how institutions manage information and historical narrative. Understanding these patterns becomes essential to understanding how power operates in our contemporary world. The question of what institutions choose to reveal and what they choose to protect is not merely a historical question. It is a question that affects our present and our future. The Vatican archives will continue to evolve. Technology will make absolute secrecy increasingly difficult. Social expectations regarding transparency will continue to increase. The Church will likely continue to gradually open materials deemed less threatening while maintaining restrictions on the most sensitive documents. The Church will likely continue to develop sophisticated strategies for managing the narrative around released materials. The Church will likely continue to invest in technologies that allow it to monitor and control access to information. This represents pragmatic institutional adaptation to technological and social pressures while maintaining fundamental commitment to controlling historical narrative. The tension between institutional interests and historical truth will persist, not merely in the Vatican, but in institutions worldwide. What this exploration reveals about human nature is perhaps most significant. We are drawn to history because we seek to understand ourselves and our world. We are drawn to mysteries because they invite us to think deeply and to question assumptions. We are drawn to stories about power and authority because they illuminate how institutions function and how we might live differently. The Vatican's secrets remind us that historical truth is not always easily accessible, that institutions do not always reveal what they know, and that understanding the past requires critical thinking and careful examination of evidence. Yet this exploration also reminds us that historical truth matters. The materials gradually released from the Vatican archives have enriched our understanding of Church history and institutional behavior. Continued transparency about institutional history can help us understand how institutions function and how we might create institutions that better serve human flourishing. The journey we have taken together through the Vatican secrets is ultimately a journey about how we understand authority, truth, and institutional power. It is a journey that invites us to think critically about the institutions that shape our world, to ask questions about what information is being withheld and why, and to recognize that understanding the past is essential to understanding the present. History is not static. New discoveries continue to emerge. New scholarship continues to illuminate previously obscured aspects of institutional history. Our understanding of the past continues to evolve as new materials become available and as new perspectives emerge. This ongoing process of historical discovery and reinterpretation is how we gradually move toward more complete understanding of the past and more honest reckoning with institutional history. Thank you for joining this journey through the Vatican's hidden history. For those of you still awake, there are other explorations waiting, other stories of institutional power, historical mystery, and human endeavor. But for now, rest well. May you carry forward the insights from this exploration. May you continue to ask critical questions about the institutions that shape your world. And may you find peace in the knowledge that understanding the past is a gift we give ourselves. Good night,